All right, we're going live a little earlier than expected just to get the kinks out here. I was having a little bit of issues earlier, but I think I've got it all sorted out. And good to see everybody. I really appreciate you stopping by for another tasty, tasty Tuesday. And this show's a little different, which is fine. Mr. Malt Muser is celebrating the holidays as he should. As well as I think he's in Wisconsin now, meeting up with his brother, probably having some really good bourbon, I imagine, if I had to take a guess. But that's just a guess there. And he'll be with me the next week. He's just on travel right now, and I thought, well, I'd still like to have a little get together, especially before Christmas, and give you guys a shout out. Oh, hey, good to see you there, Whiskey Ace. Hope you're doing really well. Just flipped her on a little early. We're going to do something a little different. Since Malt's not on, we're going to do like a bottle kill show. And I brought a little plethora of different goodies here, and hopefully you guys brought some too. Peter, great to see you. Hey, good to see you, Juan. And thanks for showing up a little earlier than I usually do. I was helping my wife with the groceries and stuff, and had stuff going, and got my water together and my glasses and my bottles. And I thought, well, since I'm already, having a decent time of it and all ready to go, I might as well just flip her on. What the hell, right? Good evening. Just go look at Eric's Instagram picture of Van Winkle. Oh, wow. He must have got his hands on yeah, aloha from Hawaii. It's one. Um, he must have got his hands on a Van Winkle. It sounds like. Is it a certain year, or I don't know much about them other than I've been lucky enough before when I was already moved away, but still kind of in touch with some local people there. I got a couple bottles of Old Pappy, like 23 year, 21 year, I think it was, or 20. It's been a long time ago. Got one from my uh, late, unfortunately, father-in-law before he passed, and pretty cool pickup there if that's what he was able to get. What did you guys bring tonight? Definitely feel free to share. I'll kind of go through a couple here that I decided to pull out to have a little fun. And this is not in the exact order, but I'll just kind of go left to right. I'll save one special one for last, but this not starting with this by any means, but this is the Carriages from this year, the 20 port wine cask. I still have a half a bottle of this left, and it wasn't one of my favorite Carriages releases, unfortunately. I did prefer the Fino and the even the triple wood cask strength. Trying to think, and the quarter cask, the Madeira. The 15-year-old Carriages is kind of, I think, on par with this as far as score wise. It was above average, but not well above like some of the Carriages seem to be. So we'll take another look at this. Maybe after some oxidation, maybe this one's gotten a little better with time. So it's always good to come back and take a look at these. That's for sure. We're going to be looking at the Kilchoman Ambrook, which is the mess. That one was a good one. Not much left in that bottle, so that's going to be a fun one to kill. We got some Ardbeg Supernova, the first year, 2009. A little bit left of that puppy. That's a special, special bottle. That's the one I'm going to end with. If you guys don't talk me into the open up this other one, we'll talk about that one later. This is the Deanston 20, really great sherry cask deal. That one's getting close to the end. The Taninic 10 Flora and Fauna bottle. We'll start with that one most likely, just to get our palate wet. Elisa Bay 1.2 sweet smoke. Not a bad bottle. Almost done with that one. The Altavania, which is it's a single malt, not very well known. This is a distillery bottle, and this is slightly peated. It's a sweet peat. It's we'll get into that one too, and it's a bit different. Not bad, but not what you expect. But we'll have another little look see at that, and let's see what you guys are having as we go through here. Like 2 or 3 bottles of George T. Stagg, amongst others. That's a lot of good stuff. It sounds like they must have been killing some bourbon. Slangeva. Let's see. Going to kill this Glen Garrioch 15-year Renaissance. Oh man, see now that's a bottle that I've been looking for a long time. Actually, I've had the 12-year. I like the Glen Garrioch. And I've been wanting to get like an old Glen Garrioch bottle. I was lucky enough in passing. I can't remember whose bottle it was. It might have been Kenny's. It might have been Stevens. It was somebody in their group, and they had a 21-year-old bottle, and it was an older 21-year. They don't even have 21-year-old bottles anymore from Glen Garrioch. I'm not sure what the year. It might even been from the 70s or 80s, but I tell you what, it was killer. It was memorable. It was nothing like any other Scotch I've ever tasted in a good way. It has some of the most intense notes that you wouldn't necessarily think that they would go together, but they did. They went together really well. There was some really nice herbal notes in it, some vegetal, some. I remember there's some sherry involved. So ex bourbon cask I think was involved. I can't remember. It was very very intense. Even for its age, it was well refined. It had a good aged taste to it, which you can't really explain. It's the closest I could think of is saying that it's almost like tasting an antique, which it's not like old metal per se, but like just something that's got you know it's got some character to it. It's you could tell it's refined. It's I don't know. You know what I'm going for, I think, with that. But what do you think about that one, Peter? I've never had it, and I'd love to get my hands on one. Have you seen it for sale anywhere, even overseas? Let me know, because I would love to get my hands on a bottle of that one, particularly, uh, and especially maybe. If you find anything older, not looking for independents. I know there's a lot of old independent bottles out there. I'm looking for a really good old distillery bottle. That's my goal from Glen Garrioch before I get one from them next. Agrees with me on the carriages. Yeah, that's kind of a little slight disappointment, not terrible disappointment, just slightly. So the KGBO opened their borders on interprovincial shipping. Interesting. That would be cool if that's the case. Don't really have any bottles to kill except maybe the plastic 200 milliliters of Alberta Premium at 40%. Oh man, we got to get this man a bottle of something. Man, I wish there was a way to see. This is where we need that like Star Trek replicator thing where we can, I guess, push a button and be like, oh, I want you to try a little bit of this Tanninic and I'll throw in some Supernova on the side. That would be awesome, man. We have ordered in from Alberta for years, but the LCBO made Zen charge 13% tax. Sarah Springs prices are the best. Yeah, when you're dealing with these the LCBO, which I know is Canada's kind of like our equivalent in Pennsylvania and Virginia, their ABC liquor stores, state run. I guess they have provincial runs stores there. Alberta, not so much. I think it's kind of more like Maryland here. It's more of a free reign. You can order stuff. You can get, stuff that's not always state sanctioned or provincial sanctioned. And that's the better way to go, man. I can't stand all these extra regulations in some of these states and provinces. Dunnage Warehouse, yeah, that's where you get that refined antique kind of feel. But the cool thing is with the Dunnage Warehouse thing, and Springbank's a testament to this, you can even get like a really good, nice funk refinement even without the age of some of these. I guess it's kind of the same when you find a really good young peated bottle. Sometimes you can find a really good, even if it's young, if it's a really good like first fill ex bourbon cask or something like that, that tends to really flare up the taste and just in general. let's have a little pour here while we're chatting away. What are you guys drinking right now, just out of curiosity? I know he's got the Glen Garrioch. Ben's trying to find something. Whisky Ace, what are you sipping, out of curiosity? I don't think you ever said. You gotta be sipping something. I'm gonna pour this Taninic. It's the end of the road for this guy. I've had it for a long time. Hell, I'm gonna pour the whole thing. What the hell, right? It's a bottle kill. And even though this is not my favorite whiskey by any means, I am going to get every drop out of this before I tilt that bottle back. I'm always really patient with the pours, as you can tell, when I'm getting the last bit of dribble out of the old bottle here. This one's not an expensive one by any means, but the full and final bottles are really tough to get your hands on if you don't have a way to get them shipped in. And I'm not taking it for granted because you never know when people change laws and all sorts of craziness. Tomatin 12, that's a really good one. Let me see here. I've had other Albertians. Prayer Springs. It must be a really good place up there then. The Glen Garrioch Renaissance is up to 17 years now. I've had the Glen Garrioch 1995 to 2012, which was lightly peated juice, pre-tooling of the industry. Interesting. Okay. I can't remember if it was that one, but it was a nice old bottle. And if it's 17, I would go for the 17 if I could find it. Do you know a place to get this Glen Garrioch Renaissance 17, Peter? If you do, please let me know. If you are looking to get in touch with me, it's Telex at Outlook.com. TELEX at Outlook.com, just like it sounds. Tomatin 12 would be a good one. I don't have that one. I am looking to get my hands on a Tomatin. I might even splurge for the 18, and if I can get a really good price, I might even try to get the 30, but that depends on the price, and the price for 30-year-olds, of course, is usually really high, but Tomatins are pretty well priced in general, so that's why I'm kind of shooting for a higher age if I can get it. Just finished American Pilsner from New Trail for some Mediterranean food. I'll pour some carriages with you in a bit. That sounds good. And I'll give you a little skinny about this one in a second after I was trying to keep up with the comments, because I usually don't get to comment with you guys when Malt and I are doing a show. We're usually back and forth a lot, so it's really hard to follow the comments as we're kind of going in here. They're starting up an online inventory instead of their flyer. I guess jump with the Sierra Springs deal. I'm loving the funk in the Bonomic 10 and 15. Yeah, we had a great show. If you haven't already checked it out, please go back and take a look at Malt and I enjoying those two drams. Actually, it was the organic in the 15, but the 10's probably not all that far off, I would imagine. Maybe a little different because of the barley differences. Organic barley is going to taste a little more, have a little more of maybe a little herbal mint type thing going on, but still should be pretty good. I have a feeling. I don't know. Quig got a 17 in British Columbia. Okay, well, if Foodquig could get a 17-year in British Columbia, surely to God I can get one too, because I know he has a hell of a time finding Lecheg, and I can find Lecheg all day long here. So I don't know. Sometimes it does depend on the distillery. If I have a hell of a time trying to find it, I will definitely give him a call / contact and see if I can pinpoint a good way to get it. But yeah, on that one, what do you think, Juan, as far as the 10 and 15? When you say funk, are you talking about the a certain note? Is it a minerality? Is it the Dunnage Warehouse thing that Whiskey and I were talking about? Is it more of like a sulfuric thing? What type? Describe some of the funky factors you're getting from it. I really like Bonomic as a distillery. They're one of my favorites across the board, and even with the new lineup changes as far as the look, I'm so glad that they've kept pretty much the same juice. They're not really changing. It looks like, the formula per se or anything like that. Tomatin 14 Portwood sounds good too if you ever see it. It does sound pretty good. I haven't tried that, and I am pretty picky on ports, but I would still give that a good try. I wonder if I don't think I've had that one actually. I'm thinking of the Glendronach probably. I've had a Glendronach port, but I don't know if I've ever had the Tomatin one. I don't think so. Kind of any bottle of Glen 21. Wow. Single bourbon cask, although I've just poured a 1.75 ounce sample out of a bottle to save for later or to give someone. That's cool of you. Well, I'm sure there's somebody in the chat that would be definitely willing to trade slash accept a bottle of that, man. That sounds really good. I love the 13 and the 17. Have not tried the 23 official bottle yet. We do have that on site, where we're going to pull the trigger on that sooner or later. A 21 single bourbon cask, even with an Indy, I'm sure it's really good. Who's the bottling on that, if you don't mind me asking, Andrew? Is it a El Delphi, or is it a single, what is it, single Tory vintage, Blackadder? There's so many of them out there. I'm just kind of curious. Sorry, I missed that comment there. Absolutely, the DuPage Warehouse, similar to the Campbelltown Funk. Okay, DuPage Warehouse. Tomatin 14 port is the first ported Scotch that I want. Gotcha. It's not a bad place to start, but if you don't get into it, don't discount it, right off the bat, because just because it's might not be what you like, this time. There's different port out there too. I learned a little bit on the side. I mean, I've had lots of port matured or port, in Scotch in general. I've also had port, poured, but I never thought about the differences between tawny port and ruby port until more recently, where I was trying a lot of different things, and I noticed myself always gravitating towards more of a ruby port, and I wondered why. So I did more research, and from what I gather, ruby ports are the younger ones. They're more sweet, they're more fruit forward. Your tawnies are aged port, and I forgot what the age has to be on them, or what the usual numbering. They can be years and years old, just like anything else. But I thought at first I didn't like tawny port, but then I found out that I do, but I only like certain types of tastes. It's weird, but I definitely like ruby in general. They're always really good because they're sweet and fruity. But when you get more in towards the tawny side of it, I have had some good ones. Like Glen Garrioch has a tawny port, I believe. I've tried before. I've had a couple other ones. I can't remember the distilleries off the top of my head, but I think that I'd love to try more tawny to figure out, more about what I like versus what I don't when it comes to particular port. Which it's amazing how fine it's just like with sherry, with the Oloroso versus the Manzanilla and the Fino and the Oloroso and the Amoroso and all that. I mean, there's lots and lots to it, and you can go even deeper into the sub genres, I guess, just like with music. Want to continue that. I never had the 15, but I really liked the Bonomic 10 I had. Also great value. The peated Romic is good too, but tastes young. Yeah, I liked the I had the Peat Smoke 2006, I want to say it was called, and that was really good. Was the peat young? Yeah, in that one. The Imperial Proof peat didn't taste as young, but it was, it's got a 10-year statement on it, on the Imperial Proof. But I thought that one has a great taste. I could taste that one all day long, man. I love the Imperial Proof of the Bonomic, and the new name is like Cask Strength, I want to say. They have a single cask too. They changed the names on a couple of things, unfortunately, where it's a little harder to figure out what's the equivalent. But LCBO only have like 10 bottles of Glen Garrioch 15 Chapter 1 left, 51.9. That sounds really good, man. I'm going to have to get my hands on it. That one's hard to find in the States for some reason. I even looked on Wine Searcher and tried to find any 15 anywhere. I could not find a bottle. Nothing. It's crazy. Only had the Kits and Raban 12 and absolutely love it. That's a great bottle. I do like that one a lot. I like the new 14 too. If you ever have a chance to try the 14-year-old, um, some people will say they don't like it as much as the 12. I've heard. Um, I was a little, I couldn't tell a huge difference. I thought the 14 was more refined. I think it had a little more character to it, so I prefer the 14, but just a little bit. The overall, hazelnut flavor is still there. A great savory yet still sweet dram. It's not, it's not as sweet as the Lasanta, but it's not as like um, savory as a lot of other things. It's a nice kind of middle of the road thing, I thought. Sorry, I missed that one. It's a Hunter Lang Distiller Art Series. Also got a 21-year Blair Athol. Ooh, how good was that? I love Blair Athol, man. But even the Flora and Fauna bottle is awesome. I've had one other, I think it was the SMWS bottle that was independent for Blair Athol, and it was also amazing. Going in on this Taninic 10 Flora and Fauna. I'll give you guys some side notes on that one. On the sides, it's Dustin's favorite distillery. That's a great segue. The first one I pop open, Dustin, is the Taninic. It's the old tin Flora and Fauna bottle we're going to kill, and that's your favorite distillery. Now, this is a good question, though, for you guys, and I know Dustin's had the 17, didn't really care for it much. Distiller gave it like some crazy score. I'm kind of wondering if they were just on Smack or something, whoever did the review of that, or if it actually is good and Dustin had a bad day, maybe. I don't know. Dustin's usually pretty hardcore in his grading, which I can't say is a bad thing. You know what you're in for when Dustin reviews a whiskey. But has anybody else had the Taninic 17? Did you hate it, like it, indifferent to it? What did you think? I'm just curious because I'd love to try it, but I'm not going to spend 140, 170, some crazy amount of money, on that. Hey, Richie, good to see you, man. What's Dustin and Richie sipping tonight? I'm got a plethora of bottles we're going to go through here just on the side for fun. And we'll just talk about each one as we go along. Debating on the Kilchoman 8 store pick cast, port matured 110. What are your thoughts? Wow. Okay. Now, I have had Kilchoman's port matured. I did not buy my own bottle, but I did have a sample. I'm just kind of looking to make sure I'm not, missing out. Now that one was not my favorite one, but I do love this Kilchoman Umbric, which does have port in it, but it is also balanced out with sherry. An 8-year store pick cast port matured for 110. That's a good price for what they do. If it's a store pick port matured, what's the ABV on it? Is my first question, Peter, on that one. What's the ABV? And I'll definitely have more of an idea of what to tell you on that. Hey, everybody there. Oh, Silver Loch, good to see you, man. Happy Tuesday, everybody. We just got started for people that rolled in. I started a little bit early, but not terribly. I just wanted to get the ball rolling. I like the Glen Garrioch 98 wine cast more than the Renaissance Chapter 1. Okay. That is good to know. The Richie Z. Oh, I mean, I've just had one bottle from them, so I'm not going to dog them for just one bottle. Well, if you had this one, you would be doing some dogging too, Dustin. So I'd love for you to get one just to hear what you have to say about it. But just to let you know, and you know how you think I score too high, I gave this one like a 2.0. So there you go. It's a great warm-up bottle, though. Any new pickups for the holidays? Yes, we'll be going through those in a little bit, too. Oh, 21 year single cask sherry cask. I bet that's really damn good. Noah Mills, Johnny Drum, old Overholt, 11 year. Okay. Haven't done any shopping yet since Scotch Event until Christmas. Gotcha. I don't blame you. This is a good time to do it if you are going to do that. That's for sure. Bottle to get like that bottle killed at tag on Instagram. Yes. Hey, Sacramanga. I'm not sure if I've seen you before, but if I have, welcome back. If not, welcome either way. And an identified SMW is poor Advent for wow. I like that, man. 55.6. That's a good ABV. It's a store pick. I like Kilhoman store picks. I've got a couple Jack Roses and a Country Vintner myself back there. Um, I've never been done wrong. I don't think I've ever had a bad bottle of Kilhoman, even though some of it does have a new, some of the new make is more in your face on some of their bottles. Like the Sauternes cask doesn't do as well. The Seneg doesn't do as well as maybe some of their other offerings, but in general, the single bourbon casks in the sherry store picks that I've had, Impexes, you might have heard of Impex. All those bottles are all really good. I don't think you're going to feel like you've missed, that you got shortchanged by any means on that. I saw a Kilman 14 single barrel not long ago for 200. Yeah, that's when you have to put your foot down and be like, look, guys, I know that people love your stuff. I know you're popular. You guys got great craft, great ABV, and I know you're trying to get to the age, but just because you finally get around to doing a 12 or 14 year doesn't mean I'm going to instantly pay, $200-300 for it. It's not going to happen. I would love to see a basic Kilhoman 12 at 48%, 46 if they want to, if it's too much money to release, but at least a 46% Kilhoman 12. Just give me the goods. Don't give me, it doesn't have to be any crazy port maturation techniques or any, thing out the, ordinary. Just give me something basic, but charge me, anywhere from 75 to $100 for it. I mean, that's the way it should be. Oh, Old Pony 18. Good pick there. We'll be looking at that one very maybe not soon. It might be a few months, Sacramanja, but that is on the to-do list. And I have had the old 17 and 21. Both are very good. I've had the new 15. I love it. I have had the new 18 in a tasting. Wasn't my particular favorite, but hopefully it does tickle the ivories for you, and it makes sense to be a great, experience. I'm looking forward to see what you thought about that one. When are you going to open it? Are you going to wait till the 25th to open it, or are you going to open up sooner? I'm just curious. But I do, if you do like that 18, definitely pick up the 15. It's really tasty and it's cheaper than the 18. Howdy, Windy City. Oh, I guess he's in Chicago, Silver Loch. It's pretty windy the last couple of days. Yeah, I can imagine. It's either that or $40 Canadian more in a Cavalin Solus port cast. Now now that's a port cast that you can definitely sing home about. That one's awesome. 9 inches of snow. Wow, that is crazy. Where you at again, Ben? I forgot which state. Basic Kilhoman 12. Yeah, I mean, 80, $100. Keep it at 46 if you want to be chintzy. 48% would be preferable. I don't see how that would be such a bad thing. And while you guys are chatting a little bit, I'm gonna go in and take a re-dive into this Taninic. And thanks to Roy Aquavite, you know who I'm talking about. Some of you fans out there for doing the pronunciation series. It's helped a lot in my whiskey journey, knowing how to say a lot of these things. Because before, I think I said Taninic. I was close, but the emphasis is on that second syllable, Taninic. Um, And this was one of the distilleries we were going through on our whiskey journey with my friends. Lee Evolved, you probably know him from Distiller. Cheers to Lee if you're watching after the fact or whatever. And he's working all the time off and on. He did survive the COVID. He did go through it and thankfully kicked its ass and still ticking away. So cheers to Lee and Prene. Prene knows what I'm talking about. That's PB Michigan Wolverine. You got Generously Paul out there, Paul Masseri, and you've got Scotty. I'm not sure what his last name is, but Scott also was another guy that was on our little journey that we went through and tried everything. Taninic is it's a tough one. It's Diageo owned, and it is more what they use for blending. Specifically, Taninic is the number one ingredient, I would say, that's probably in your Johnny Walker Red. So you know what you're getting into there when you talk about this dram. This is a single malt, though. This is, they do put other things with it, but it's not, it's a good starting whiskey for people that are either not into whiskey at all, not even into bourbons yet, or they're just into bourbon and they've never tried sherry or peat or anything else. They just want to try something that's a whiskey that's not a typical corn, or rye based whiskey. So Taninic is a Highland, and let's have a little taste here, nose, and see. Hmm. The nose is better than I remember it being the first few tries. This is the end of the bottle, so this is after a lot of oxidation. I think oxidation's helped the nose in this one. Fruit is more in your face. Before, I remember it being very floral forward and extremely faint, and any of the fruit I could get, it maybe a white grape here, maybe a pear there, but nothing, not a whole lot of complexity at all. But you get more of the apple with the pear and the white grape. You get a little bit of, you can even detect some of that wood on there finally. Some ginger, some lemons, some citrus stuff going on there. I still get a lot of floral properties too. So if you are into a lot of florals and you're lighter in fruits, you're going to like the nose of this one. Can't really detect a lot of spice at all. But it is, I got a really nice big poof of fruit and vanilla on the nose initially, but now it's dissipating again off. A little bit of sawdust. A little bit of honey. This is only 40%. So this is 43%. So it's not going to knock your socks off, but it's a good warm-up dram. You do get a little, it's really subtle, but you get a little of the toffee, a little bit of this butterscotch, the cream, vanilla. But man, it fades very quick, and that's the problem with some of these. It's like the cask is used is not the right word I would use. I would use like maybe like fifth cask in on this one. Uh-oh. I just saw out of the corner of my eye that Dustin's going to taste the 17-year. I'm near the shoulder on this one, still above it for context, but a year open. That should be somewhat oxidized, I would think, but it's so hard to get past the over oat sour stray straw and hay notes. If you get all past, it's interesting. Yeah, I think that's it's funny. It's like there's this it's almost like the citrus, the lemon and the orange and the almost even lime is is clashing with like this over oakiness that's going on the side, which I think is creating this sourness. And there is a lot of this straw. I said sawdust, but yes, straw and hay. It's funny. It's like it's got a really organic feel to it. It's just there's not enough either sweetness or spice or even caramelization or lower in fruit. I mean, there's lots of things that feel like it's missing out of this one. This is only a 10-year though. Does the 17 have more sweetness or does it have more I mean, even a little minerality might help with some of the balance. Does it have like anything that gives it more character? I do agree with apple. A bit of honey with you for citrus minus the lime on this one. Yeah, there's no really lime. This is more of like a lemon and orange with the pith combination, I'd say. There's no sour oak notes. I guess on a younger sawdust would make more sense. Yeah. I guess with the age, the sawdust has grown more into like you said, a straw and a hay kind of a feel. Let me go back a little bit here. And it's just a snow. We talked about the snow already in that one. Get caught up here. Central Alberta, the central of the rural country farmland. Yeah. Recently killed a 5.5-year single barrel Kilhoman. Really love that one. Don't remember the price, but I think yeah, yeah. They have really good bottlings. We'll be opening the Old Pulteney before striking 2021 midnight. But awesome. Looking forward to the Glen Garrioch 10 cast strength. That sounds really good. And perhaps the Kalila Distillers Edition. That would be awesome too. That's one of the rare Kalila bottles I have not had. I had the Moke. I've had the 18, 15, 17 unpeated, 12, of course. I've had a lot of different Kalila bottlings, Ported Scotch even, different years for that, which is basically Kalila. Chapter 7 versions, independents, all sorts of different versions. But I never had a Distiller's Edition. I'm curious to see what that would be like. I bet it's pretty damn good, I have a feeling. Never even seen it. Yeah, that one's a rare find too. I think that's more available outside of America. Don't quote me on it, but I don't think I've seen that one in America, and I've been to a lot of places around here, across the country, and I've never seen one. I would pay up to $100 for a 5.5 year. Would be fun to see how it compared to the 10s I've had. Recently picked up their Pheno Special release. I did see that launch. I'd love to get an idea on it. There's some mineral notes. Okay, that's one thing that's missing on this. This is more pleasant than it was when I first had it, so oxidation has helped. It definitely helped with the palate and the finish too. But is it much more than a 2 still? It helped with the finish, but the finish is still short. Thankfully, there's no minerality on this one, so I might not even like the 17 as much as the 10, it sounds like. But I think there was that minerality before oxidation, though. So yeah, this one I might still have to give it a 2.5. Maybe I'll have to do a little water test to see if it gets any better, but not by much. Maybe just a little bit so far. I was looking at that Pheno, yeah, but I decided to buy after reading some reviews. I'm curious about some reviews on that one too. No, I don't think it's. I don't know. I don't want to say it's not because it could be, but I know it's something that you see overseas a lot more. Is it annual? Most distillers editions are annual, so I would assume that it would be, but don't quote me on that. I don't hate this one with the year's time on it being up in the 84 to 86 range, 1.25 to 1.5 stiller if I updated it. But I've had about 4 small bourbon pours that were high oak, so I get oak here. I don't think it's just that though, man. Yeah, you got this distillery is just really high on the I don't know if they're high on the oak content or if it's just that they're using these overspent casks and that's all that they're really getting out of the whole procedure is, even with maturation, it's like they're not able to get a whole lot out of what they've got because I think these casks are so bad on in particular this one, but it's just so used feeling. What batch is that? AnCnoc cast strength 10. Yeah, what are you having right now? Oh, he's gonna that 15. Yeah, I'd love to try that one, man. I bet that's really good. Hey, Broda, good to see you, man. Merry Christmas. Hopefully, you're having something good. I'm gonna have a little bit of the Supernova first year in your honor, there, Broda. This is the 2009. A little bit left, not much. I might have that on the side in your honor tonight. And tell Drew and Sean and Drew, Sean, and Andrew, the other Drew. There's too many Drews that I said hello, and hopefully, I know you guys still do Thursdays, and when I do Tuesdays, it's like it's hard to do another drinking night because once you have a long drinking night, you kind of don't want to see it for a while, if you know what I mean. I haven't opened the pheno yet. I've been heard so much about it. Yeah, check out Scotch for Dummies channel as well. They just did their year-end reviews on some of their favorite top 5 bottles, and always good to see. Mine for this year, for people that want to know, my go-to, and I even told Ralphie this because he just recently reviewed it. That Arran 21 is my personal favorite of this year that I've had. It's so good. So if you haven't had the Arran, the new 21, it's a little pricey, but in the scheme of other 21s, it's not, and it's very well worth it. I can't see it overspent cast. You expect more oak from new chard, so it could be last as sweetness from the malt. Good point, Dustin, on that one. It's funny. I think the oxidation has got it. It's getting the sweetness more. This is why I'm thinking I'm giving it a 2.5 instead of a 2. But man, I do like that butterscotch, but man, that's like the only thing that's really given the bottom on it, given the foundation. Does that come in a wood box? Ooh. Everywhere I go, you're already there. Hey, buddy. Hey, Barn Door, good to see you. I'm not sure if I've seen you before. Welcome to the old show. It's always good to see Broda. Yeah, you guys did a great job. I didn't like I don't know, man. I mean, I'll say this, Dustin. I'm not the biggest Dalmore fan by any means, shape, or form. But the King Alexander is one of the very, very few bottles at 40%. It does take a drop. I'm talking like a minuscule drop of water. But if you put a drop of water on that dram, I'm telling you, it is fucking phenomenal. It really is. It's is $300 phenomenal. That's where I'm like, I don't know. We don't have an age statement on that, but they have a really good lineup of casks on that. And that's where I'm kind of like, but every other Dalmore is way overpriced and way not worth it. That's a tough bottle to me. Yeah, the Kilkerran, I've heard some really ups and downs on that one. I think the problem with the 8 the 8 cask strength series. Like, so I've had mine was I think mine was more of a bourbon, straightforward one. It was one of the first ones. It's very batch centric. You have to get the right batch on some of those for it to be any good. I've heard some horror stories on some of those Kilkerran 8s, but I don't know. Yep, have a Merry Christmas to you guys. Ooh, Arran 21 versus the AnCnoc 24. Oh man, you're killing me. That's a tough one, man. That AnCnoc 24 is a great price. It is creeping up though, and let's just hope to God that they don't make any crazy changes that old thay bev anytime soon. Arran 21 is brand new. It's set. It's a foundation. I do love that AnCnoc 24. I don't know if I could pick a winner between those two. It's been a while since I've had the 24, to be honest with you, too. But I would love to get that one again. Yeah, the honey wasn't here at all when I opened this bottle. Yeah, even a 3-month zero. No, I completely agree, man. Yeah, you have to get that Arran mark. That Arran 21 is badass. The Arran 25 comes in with 21 doesn't. Yeah. I didn't know they even had a 25, man. 21's box is way better than the 25s. The $230 for 40% whiskey. Hell no. No, yeah, that would be bad. It must be an old 25 you're talking about, Dustin, or is that new? Because I wouldn't think that they would do a 25-year-old at 40%, would they? Maybe they did. Maybe it's an old 25. Considering the price of the Arran 21, I would pass and get the 18, just as good as the 21 and way cheaper. Well, I'll try it. I haven't had the 18 yet, so I just, when I'm comparing the Arran 21 with the Ben Reich 21, and even some other ones in that same, class, the Glen Garrioch 21. I also had the, let's see, something that's in that vein. The Glenlivet 21, the Glenmorangie 18, the, there's another one too I'm missing in there. Glenfiddich 21's a rum cask, though. I'd say that the out of 21-year-olds, period, the Arran is one of the best. Even though it's new, it's badass compared to all the ones I just mentioned. Even for the price. Dustin likes the 21 better by a C here. Mike, I reviewed the 18 versus the 18 old and new 21, and then the 25. Wow, man, you guys went through. Yeah, that's what I thought too. I thought that 21 was just crazy. $3,000. It's epic. Oh man, what's the price point on that? If it's 40% reference to Dalmore. Gotcha. I was gonna say that was surprising. What's the? Yeah, I just have to agree to disagree sometimes on some of these. The 25. What's the price point on that one, Dustin? I'm just curious. My bottle of Glenlivet 15 that I bought this year tastes less sweet than the bottle I bought last year. Yeah, that's one thing I've noticed, unfortunately, with the Glenlivets is the after having that new 18 versus the old 18, such a fucking letdown. I'm sorry, but don't give me 40% whiskey at 18 years and think that it's just going to be okay. it's not going to be okay. And by the way, it's much better this year. Oh, okay, cool. You do like it better than the other one. I like the old 18 versus the new one, but I have not had a new versus old 15. I do like the old 15, but if the new one's better, I'll definitely give it a try. 330 and about 400 for my second. Man, 330 is a great price for a 25-year-old, especially if it's that caliber. I might have to save up and maybe take a look at that one maybe at some point. Yeah, this is a good warm-up dram. I love the fact the honey is definitely in your face now, more with after oxidation on this one. But other than the honey and the toffee, is it really going to save this dram? It is better than the Johnny Walker Red. So even though they use this in Johnny Walker Red, it's by itself in its own form after oxidation. This is pretty solid. Does anybody would like an invite to join me to chat a little bit on the side and help me keep track of all the comments? That would be awesome. If you are willing to come on the show, just send me an email at telex@outlook.com, and I will get you an invite. So if you want an Arran 25, you need it now because both places I got mine are sold out. Wow, that's really crazy, man. The 25 was great, but my box didn't close on the first one. I couldn't even sand it to make it work. Oh, that's so sad, man. That's crazy that if they're that hard to find and you just got it. I didn't even know they were released. My goodness, that's crazy. Anyway, let's kill this one. And it was a good dram after the fact, but 2.5, 2.75, if I'm being ultra generous, is still below average. It is a bottle that I would get, but I would purposely decant it. I would, yeah, only 3,000 bottles, man. That's crazy. So I would say yes, if you can get a really good cheap price on it, which you should be able to find this at like $35, honestly. At 35, it'd be worth getting a bottle, but I would purposely, if you're opening it, I would definitely pour a good amount of it, decant it as quick as possible to enjoy it, because I don't think it's enjoyable without some major decanting. That's just my feeling on it. We'll put it that way. And at 40%, it's really, 43 even. It's really hard to do a whole lot, but water does not do a whole lot of difference on that particular whiskey as well. I do think that the oxidation did help a whole lot on it, though. So I would like to see, even with some more. I've had that bottle though for like 2 years, I think. So if that's not oxidized, it's probably not going to be any more oxidized. But also the 18 might be better bang for the bucks because it's super cheap. Are you talking about the Arran 18 there, Dustin? Out of curiosity. Let's go to the next dram here. I'm thinking I'm going to not go peat yet. That's the Altavania's peated. The Elsa Bay's slightly peated. We're going to do the Deanston 20 next, I believe. Get us a fresh glass. I do like this dram a lot. This is another one where oxidation does play a huge role in how much enjoyment I think you're going to get out of it. What did you yeah, it is sherry. You think sherry after peat, huh? Should I take him up on that? All right. Well, we got to let this sit out anyway, Dustin. So that I'm not gonna, we'll just put that over the side there. We'll do the Altavania next. Now this is one, some of you guys probably haven't had before. This is not too hard to find. You will have to probably order it. I don't see this on the shelves in America just sitting around. But this is a distillery bottle. It's the Altavania, and just enough peat to start a fire is their little slogan on there. Back in the 70s, they said that you shouldn't mix peat with Speyside. That smokiness and sweetness couldn't work, but we followed our nose and started distilling whiskey our way. That's their little motto. It's only 40%, though. This is from the UK. It's a 70 centiliter bottle, but it's very cheap. You can get it for $30. It's not like it's, anything expensive by any means. Let's let that sit for a bit. Let me pull up some notes on the side that just to give you a little background. Bit of Altavania. This is going to be the single malt peated. Yeah, this is a Speyside, which is surprising because it's peated too. I'm surprised that for their inaugural single malt release they would take the chance to do it, but I'm assuming they probably went with a basic Speyside like make and probably thought to themselves, well, it's decent, but what's going to make this stand out for people are going to buy it or want to buy it, and maybe that's why they went with the peated version first. This was released in the UK in September of 2018, and Pinot Ricard is the owner of the distillery. They got it in 2001 and have been using it primarily for their blends for Chivas Regal. But they do want to shake things up a bit, and they decided just to get something out there. It's NAS, so we're probably talking, very, very young. I can now that I've had lots of discussions with Dustin, I can now pinpoint that new make green banana kind of thing going on. But in this, it's got some nice peat to it. It's not in your face. It's faint, thankfully. To me, the nose is definitely actually, it's got enough fruit with the peat. Almost like smelling a gumdrop. Like an orange and cherry grape gumdrop. Because I can get that confection sugar thing going on, the powdered sugar in the background too. Has anyone else had Altavania? I'm just curious. Yes, let us sit for a while. This is 20. That is true. I mean, this is oxidized a bit, so it's probably not going to need a whole lot of oxidation, but we'll let it sit for a bit. A lot of these other ones are not aged, so I'm not as worried about letting them sit out as much as that 20-year. So there you go on that one. Has anyone else had the Altavania? And even if you haven't had the distillery, have you had any independents that you really liked? If I was going to go for an Altavania now, that's not this bottle, that's an independent, I would probably go. I mean, I've never been disappointed by an El Delphi bottle, so I'm thinking that might be my first choice on independence. What are your guys' first choices when you're looking for independent bottling? Do you have like a specific go-to that you first look at for any distillery that you come across? Even like, let's say you want to get a Dalmore bottle, you might be like, you know what, I'm going to SMWS, Scotch Malt Whisky Society, and I'm going to get a bottle from them. Or I always like Signatory, I'm going to go with that. Or you might be a chapter, I think it's chapter 7. You might be into the whole that Batiki Whiskey Society deal. I'm sorry, that Batiki Whiskey Company. You might be into those guys. There's a lot. Alexander Murray. There's a bunch, man. Anybody have a favorite independent bottle company out there that they always like to go? Cadenheads is a good one. Bottle kill number 2, a Teeling 16-year bourbon cask, most tropical whiskey I've ever tried. Wow. Teeling, I know the name. I don't know. I know it's not from Scotland, but it's probably. I'm guessing it's Irish. I don't know. I'm not familiar with them, Peter. Where does Teeling come from? I'm assuming if it's a bourbon cask, it's not a bourbon. Cadenhead for bourbon cask, and Gordon MacPhail's for sherry cask. Interesting. Um, I'd agree on the Cadenheads for bourbon cask. Have you ever had an Adelphi, Peter, for sherry? And if you have not, man, have you got to get a Adelphi sherry cask, because I've had 2 or 3 recently, man, and all of them were so damn good. And one of them was a Taninic. And it just kicked its ass. It was crazy. Cooley Irish. I'm not sure what's the Cooley referencing. 16. Teeling 16. I guess it's 16 year. But I'm not sure what the Cooley thing is. Oh, Teeling is Cooley. Okay. Is that like the distillery name? Or is that like the city that it comes out of in Ireland? I'm just curious. As you could tell, I know a lot about Scotch, but I don't know anything about Irish or American slash. I know a little bit about Japanese whiskey, but Scotch and Japanese are the only 2 that I know much about. And my Japanese knowledge is limited. My Scotch is extremely good, though. Not had an experience with indie bottles. I do love Cadenhead's 18-year Glenrothes cask strength expression. Ooh, I bet that was damn good, man. Yeah, Cadenhead's gets a lot of love, and I know they actually have a huge um, actual store in Scotland that they sell stuff out of. Cooley is the Irish MGP. MGP, I'm assuming, is like is just like a distributor. MGP. This is what I work in IT and I deal with acronyms all the time, and I just not, once you've dealt with thousands of them like I have, I never can remember half of the ones that are outside of IT. So I apologize, but you're gonna have to give me some more information on that one. Get a little root beer in there. It's a nice nose. It's not like, super complex, but it's not, it's not off-putting. It's got some nice little notes in the background. Mm. It's really tough at 40%, though. It's got a really nice barbecue finish, though. I will give them that. Like the initial palate is not much, but then this wave of flavor comes like a pulled pork barbecue sandwich deal, but it dissipates again really fast. So it is a. The nose is one of my favorite things about this one. Palate's not bad. It's just really, really, really on the I would say on the weaker side because of the ABV is just not there. But it does have a pretty good finish. The nose is like, I'd say a 3 out of 5. The palate is like a 2 out of 5, but the finish is like a 4 out of 5. It's kind of weird. I'm gonna give it a drop of water to see if I can get like just anything to come alive in it. Just 2 drops, literal minuscule drops, and see if it might wake up that palate. Because sometimes to get the spice levels that you want out of whiskey, you do have to add water. It sounds crazy. You wouldn't think it would make it more spicy or bring flavor out of it, but it really does. It really, really does. Going off this cask strength sounds great. Yeah. Oh, it's this first single malt. Wow. That's a hell of a single malt to come into. My first one was technically, if I'm being to the letter, a Glenmorangie 10 was my first taste, but to me, it tasted not much different than a lot of bourbons and stuff. It's a very basic, more floral whiskey. Not bad, but just didn't really, get me going. Same thing with the Alajuro. Was my second whiskey, a 10-year, and it's got some nice smoke to it, but you know, it was okay. But man, when I had my third dram was the Lafroig 10, and that's the one that really got me thinking this is what I really like. Yeah, sorry, man. Midwest Green Products. I never even heard it put that way. Be honest with you, but good to know. You can tell I don't go outside of Scotland very much for anything. Pretty much stay in their own little world. There's enough. There's over 200 distilleries to deal with just in Scotland, so that's enough to keep me busy for forever. Basically, I'd go just with particular distilleries, not ultra particular with the indie bottle, but love Gordon MacPhail's. Gordon MacPhail's got a lot of love. I haven't. I've had a couple that were okay, but they weren't like probably the best whiskeys either. So I shouldn't really fail them for that. You have me thinking about the Springbank Rumwood all finish. Yeah, it's that's a, I know you wasn't as impressed with that one. I don't actually like that whiskey. To me, it was disjointed, but if you were able to enjoy the nose, the palate, and the finish, even though none of them really flowed, it was still a good whiskey to me. I don't know how to explain it, but it was a bit disjointed on the flow wasn't there on that bottle. I remember Fresky tell me how amazing, great Lacheg bottles. Probably Gordon MacPhail barrel bath. Oh, okay, out of this world. I'll have to do more Gordon MacPhail bottles. It sounds like I haven't seen those, but I've seen Lacheg from Alexander Murray. Did you ever revisit that Glenlassie? Revisit? I have not. That bottle did not last very long, Richie. It was good. It was. I don't know if it was one of my favorites. I had a Tormore that was Alexander Murray that was really good. A Glen Keith is probably my favorite one. The Glenlassie, oh, man, it's been a while. I think it was probably decent. Um, but I think the best Alexander Murray bottle I ever had was like a 20 or at least 18, if not 20-year-old. I can't remember the number exactly. It might have been older, but it was a Glen Keith bottle. And it was very strange because it had like this really intense watermelon, cantaloupe, mango, those kind of fruits going on. Really intense, but pretty damn tasty, I have to say. What is the price of the most expensive scotch you've ever tried? Oh man. Oh man. That's a good question. Everyone else give an answer too. Hmm. I have had the Bunnahabhain 25. That was pretty pricey, but I've had a Lafroig 32. That's a very expensive bottle. It might have been the most expensive. I'm trying to think here. What does a 32-year-old Lafroig go nowadays? It's probably something just asinine. Let's see. Let's just use Wine Searcher to give a good across the board price, but I'm gonna think it's gonna be at least 1,300. I'm gonna guess for a 32-year-old Lafroig. It can't be 1,200 to 1,500. In DC, you can get one for 1,200, and then in California, they went 1,500 for the same bottle. That's amazing. Both 750 milliliters, both Lafroig 32s. But that's $1,200 for a bottle of that stuff. That's crazy, man. I'm thinking that's got to be it. I can't think of something that's more expensive. I did taste something from a guy that it was a 50-year-old from that to Boutique Whiskey Company bottle, but I don't know what the price. I don't think it was a $1,200 bottle. Let me see if I can find it real fast. Boutique Whiskey Company. It was batch one. It was 50 years old. I do remember that because I was like, I thought it was funny because my wife, I tried to get her to drink, whiskey or at least give it a smell over a lot over time. And the only one I could ever get her to really like was that 50-year-old whiskey. Yeah, it's not expensive. It's only like 147 pounds for that bottle. Even it looks like. I'm not sure if it's batch one, but for 50 years old, you think it'd be more than 157 pounds, 47 pounds, but that looks like it's what it goes for. Still, even surprisingly, they don't have it at the Master Malt. Oh, maybe they do. Maybe that's why it's so cheap, is because you can't get it over here anymore. No, it's discontinued there. But I think, where did I see that? I saw a bottle of it somewhere. Oh well, but you guys get the idea. But I'd say that's pretty high. Keep in mind, my rum rate is still above the label. Oh, there you go. Yeah, mine's mine didn't last very long. 27, yeah, $300 Canadian. That's a lot cheaper than 600 for the 25 here. Douglas Lane, especially for the Old Particular range. Yeah, Old Particulars do really well, I've noticed. I'm gonna have to keep that in mind on some of the 150 to 200. Gourmet Fill cast strength in Alberta. 2009 cast strength. I bet that's really good. Oh, there you go. I'd love to taste that one. Haven't ever tasted it, but that is on my radar. That's like my bucket bottle before I pass on. I will definitely have my own bottle of that stuff. I don't care what it takes. But on 27, wow, man. Robert Burns Day. Yeah, $1,600, man. It's crazy. It is crazy. Yeah, Bunnahabhains do well with both distillery and with independent bottlings. And I have had the 23-year-old of that one, Dustin, as well. If that's $3,000 secondary, man, that's crazy. I remember I got it for $100 in Barstown, Kentucky, when I was driving through. Yes, this might have been 8 years ago or whatever, but it it wasn't that hard to find. The best Alexander Murray I've had was the Ganeliki 13 heavily sherried. I didn't know they had a heavily sherried. That sounds good. Wow, 1975. That's when I was born, man. I'd love to get that. Less than $500 Canadian. That would be amazing. I bet that is a heavenly pour. You should check out Mike and I news review. We reviewed Scotch's best Scotch under 500 that are available. I definitely will check that out, Dustin. I appreciate it because I am looking for a bunch of 21 and up for decent prices that I can find. And under 500, it's not easy to do. There are some that are 3 to 4, but not the easiest. Glenmorangie 1991 Grand Vintage 27. Wow. I wonder what that runs. I bet that's crazy. Wow, amazing pour, 1590. You still have an unopened bottle to that? 1975 AnCnoc, dude? Oh, if you ever decide to part with it, that is my birth year, my friend. I'm just saying. I might have to, I haven't even drank probably much of anything yet either there, Dustin. Most expensive I've had was a 30-year-old Highland Park. Ooh, I did do the 25-year-old Highland Park, and that's like a $600 bottle too. Didn't buy it myself, but man, that is an expensive dram for what it is. But a lot of the 25s are up there now. I can't really, I guess, complain too much, but I just, it's just hard to fathom shelling out $500 to $600, even if it's 25 years old. That's a lot of money, man. That's like half a drum set. Well, not a good one, but it's like it's a decent guitar for $500, man. You can get that lasts forever. Oh, a few deep. I hear you, man. Now your type of fine. I wouldn't say that. Uh, nice. I don't know if that's different Scotch, but it's fun to hear about. Yeah, there's a lot. We're gonna go through some more here. Altavania is a good decent try for $30 for sure, especially if you already know you like peat. If you're not sure if you like peat, it's not one I would start with. But I think it's just got a nice amount to make it interesting. Yeah, me too, man. I know what you mean. I don't like going over that mark unless it's absolutely necessary. But I mean, how do you get a Bunnahabhain 25 right now without going to the $600 number? Same with there's another one recently, Highland Park 25. How do you get it under $600? It's just really tough. Hey, good to see you, Eric, popping in to say hi from Cole, Wisconsin. Merry Christmas to you and yours, or whatever holiday you celebrate. I'm sure it probably is Christmas, but just in case, you never know. You can get a 25 for under $600. That would be something. Okay. Well, we are even Malt was looking out for me recently, and he thought he could find one for under $6. He couldn't find one for under $6. So if you can't help with the Bunna 25 for under that, then definitely send me an email and let me know. I'd really appreciate it. Sorry, I'm just checking something real fast. But that's the plan, is to definitely get our hands on one of those, man. Not bad for a little pulled pork sandwich on the side, that kind of taste. I'm surprised no one else has tried it before, but I guess when you're ordering things overseas, it is tough to get too risky when it comes to. But if it's only $30, I mean, you're not really, risking a whole lot for something that's completely different, completely new, something that, even if you don't fall in love with it, you definitely have a great whiskey to offer other people on the side to start out with, or just for something a little different. You can even maybe even mix it, if you like Rob Roy's, or, some old fashioned or something else. You can make something creative with it if you don't like it. But even at 40%, I think this one's a good sipping whiskey. Let's have a little drop of water just to see. Whoa, about lost my box. I did lose my box. Have a little drop here just to see if you get any extras. At 40%, probably not, but you never know. Give a little swirl. No snow for Eric yet. That's not cool, man. You're all the way up in Wisconsin. You think you get some snow? We're supposed to get some snow here in Maryland on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day a little bit. It's going to be like a real quick rush of snow, from what I heard. Not any really accumulation, but just enough, hopefully, to make it pretty for an hour or two. That would be fine with me. Oh yes, no, I know what you mean there, Dustin. No problem. And I appreciate the heads up on that one. I have. I'm surprised I didn't go back to them and see. But yeah, no, I understand. It's surprising, but yeah, I'm going to use the $600 stimulus check for a 25-year-old. That doesn't sound right, actually. I should reword that. I'm going to use my $600 stimulus check for a 25-year-old whiskey. That's what we should say. I'd love to get that $600 check. Yeah, I'm sure it didn't get the 1,200. Oh man, that's a shame. You didn't get the first anything in the first round there, Dustin. Mm. Well, we're not going to kill this bottle tonight, but put a big dent in it, and I had still up this much, so I've been kind of sipping as we went along. But this one's good to have just on the side for something different. Like I said, if I had someone visiting that they already liked Little Pete, and they were like, "Hey, I want something different. Do you have anything off the wall different?" And especially if they're new, 40% is not going to like make them cringe or pucker up their face and all that stuff. And it's a good one to have around, I'd say, on the side, just for giggles. This one, they're really good about their stamps. This one's from August 29th, 2018, at 11:43 to be exact. That's pretty funny. But anyway, moving along. Let's go now. Since Dustin wants us to wait for the sherry, do the peat first. Should we do a port sherry peat, a port wine peat, a straight up peat bourbon cask, or we'll probably should do the sweet smoke next, actually. Yeah, 48.9%. And I just poured some out for Eric for our next run. Malt Muser is gonna be doing the Elisa Bay inaugural release. This is 1.2. This is not the inaugural, and I actually prefer the inaugural over this one. And I still had some left, so just to see what Eric thought of it, I thought, you know what, let's send him a little extra and see what he thinks. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he thinks. This is not a bad dram per se. It's just I don't know what I think about this whole micro maturation. When they start getting into the whole SPPM and the PPPM. I mean, we all know parts per million of phenol level for peat. What they're doing is they're also introducing a sweetness injection factor, we'll say. So not only do they have the 22 ppm, which Ardbegs and Laphroaigs are like 40 to 30 typically. This one's at 22, so it's definitely not up to that level, but it's got some decent level of peat at 22 in it. It's definitely detectable. But they also do this whole 19 SPPM thing, and that's a sweetness thing at 19. I'm like, they're getting very much into the engineering side of whiskey, and I'm not sure if that's a great thing or if that's, I don't know how to take that quite yet. This has been well oxidized, as you can tell. We're getting towards the end. 48.9%. That part I like. I like the ABV is perfect at 48.9. This is their second release, but I don't know, man. This was also, I think I had to get this from the UK as well. Yeah, you don't find these just sitting on the shelves in America anywhere, unfortunately. But let's look and see if we can find any cask information on this puppy. I don't know if they. Here we go. They're actually pretty specific with this. Now, this is an ex-Hudson Bay bourbon barrel, 25 to 100 liters, then virgin first fill and refill American oak casks. Crazy for a very youthful whiskey. These guys have just gotten their feet wet as of 2016. This replaces the Lisa Bay's first introduced whiskey. This is William Grant and Sons in 2016. The sweetness level has been increased from 11 SPPM sweetness parts per million to 19 sweetness parts per million. The criteria has been defined by the master blender Brian Kinsman, who, with his team, has helped create the whiskey. I'm reading this off of Distiller. Go there for more information on, all the nuances of some of the information on this particular. This reminds me a lot of the Altavania. It's got a little peat, even though these guys are lowlands. Actually, Elisa Bay is a lowland distillery, which they're typically known for their more floral, light drams, like Glenkinchie is a lowland, I believe. Bladnoch's great. They are lowland, but they have great flavor. Sherried whiskeys I've had. The 15's glorious. I'm trying to think of some other lowland distilleries out there. AnCnoc, I think, is lowland, but they're triple distilled. It's a completely different animal. I don't think these guys do triple maturation at all. Let me see if I can see anything. Most whiskeys establish the peat level in their malts after the malting process before fermentation and distillation, but this whiskey's ppm level reflects the liquid prior to bottling. The whiskey matures first in the Hudson Bay bourbon barrels, which range in those for 6 to 9 months. And then whiskey matures in virgin first fill and refill oak for several years. Now, several is probably like 3 or 4, because I definitely don't see this being much older than a 4, maybe 5-year-old whiskey at tops best. Let's see. Oh, wow. Sorry. Got to catch up with y'all like fly. Yep. I appreciate the link. I did get it. But I was over that 75. Yeah, case salary number. I know what you mean by that. You probably made a certain amount of income and didn't get the first one. I can't remember when that was. Well, I don't blame you there, man. Whoa. Take care, Eric. Good to see you, man. I appreciate you stopping by and saying hi. A quick gift for everyone. I solidly recommend. Get yourself a Teetle Performance Spirits glass. Huh. It's the best nosing glass ever. I'll have to remember that. I'm going to write that down so I don't lose it. Give me 1 second. Teetle, Tiedel. Teetle Performance. Or is it Riedel? Oh, that's a loudspeaker. What the hell? Let me type this out. Teetle Performance tasting set. No, it's Riedel. It says Riedel tasting set. What? Is it Riedel? Oh, yes. Sorry. Okay. I was going to say, I'm missing out here on something. Thanks for the, I'll keep this on my thing. Wow, that is nice looking. Yep, stay safe there, Eric, and hopefully we will definitely see him next Tuesday. So it's Tim like John Holmes. Oh man, I love it. I had a sample of Elisa Bay 1.2 recently in the Master Malt Advent calendar. I really enjoyed it. Probably wouldn't order it from the UK, but might pick it up next time I'm over there. Yeah, it's one of those that's it's definitely not it's not blow you away caliber, but if you do get a chance to try their inaugural, that is one that I would actually order from the UK, just to try, because if you like the 1.2, I think you'll really like the inaugural even more. It's not as sweet. it's a little more malty. It's a little more savory, but in good ways. It's more vanilla, more that bourbon cask is more in your face. This is a good taste, though. I mean, it's not bad. It's funny. I do love the boost. I do prefer this than the Altavania because the 40 ABV just wasn't doing it for me. This 48.9 is pretty damn good, I have to say. It's comical looking how tall the base is. Yeah, it is top heavy looking, but I could see these being really nice. These this one set contains Cabernet Merlot, Sauvignon Blanc, Pinot Noir, and Chardonnay. Is that the tasting set that you recommend, DHS, or a different one? Phenol parts per million for peat, lots of peas, yes, and the sweetness parts per million too. It's pretty crazy when they. Yes, this is an NAS. They are a very new distillery, so this is at most, I'm thinking a 4 to 5 year. Hey, Steven, so glad you made it, man. Happy holidays and Merry Christmas to you guys. Read old Daggett. Oh, we're having fun. Steven, we're having a little bit of Elisa Bay for me. I'm killing that bottle now. I already did the Tanina 10 and the Altavania inaugural release. What are you sipping on, Steven? I'm sure you've got a little something going on. And what are you sipping there, Dustin? I'm sure you've poured something new by now. I just bought 2 of the spirit glasses. Was about $60 off Amazon. Wow. 2 of the spirit glasses. I'm gonna see if I can find spirit because the performance tasting set that I found was like had a group of 4 for 120. Let me see if I can find in the shop. I'm curious. Here we go. Single pack. Those are Cabernet Sauvignons. You said spirit. I'm trying to find just a basic spirit. I think they're geared toward um types of. Oh, here we go. Spirit glasses. My fault. Okay. There we go. I think I found it. We've got tumblers. We've got let's see, spirit glasses bundle, Riedel, tumbler, collection, fire, all-purpose glass. But I am having a hell of a time trying to find the right one. So if you don't mind, Dustin, send me a link to the one that you like a lot if you can find it, and I'd be happy to try to pick one up. Well, still working late into the night, so it could be worse though, buddy. Yeah, if you're still working, man, that's not cool. Still working, but may have a pour soon and keep billing. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Hey, because if this is cooking, which I'm sure it is, then this should be cooking too. That's my motto. If this is still working, then this should be working too. And what do you think you might pour for yourself there, old Steven? I've got sitting for me. If you've got a Deanston 20, you should definitely pour yourself a little bit of that if you've got it on the side. I've been letting that sit for a while. That's going to be ready after this one. I'm doing the Lisa Bay 1.2 right now. I definitely recommend the 1.1, the first inaugural release, if you can get it. This one's still good. It's just a little more engineered, and I'm not quite sure if I like it as much. I don't think I do, but it's kind of, I'm sure that was blocked, but that should work. Just send it to me an email, man, because nothing came through on the chat if that's what you're talking about. Just send me an email if you don't mind, Dustin, with that link, and that way I've got it, on the side. If any of you guys want to join me in the chat, feel free to let me know, and I'll send you an invite. Just send me an email or let me know, Dustin or Steven or anybody else, if you want to come on board. You're more than welcome to just shoot the shit and chat about whiskey. That's what it's all about. The I am looking forward to seeing what these guys do. I do think out of all the newer distilleries that I've had, and I have had a lot of them, we're talking about, I've done the King's Barns, I've done the Ardmaturin, I've done the Dufftown, I've done the Lisa Bay. Let me pull up my little cheat sheet here just for some side notes. Let's talk about, while we're on the subject, who is like the distillery that you're looking forward to the most? Now I know everyone's looking for Ardnaho. Ardnaho is a given. They don't count. They do count, but you know what I mean. It's like everyone is jonesing, drooling, tapping their arm for the Ardnaho release. Because I had a friend that tried their new make, man, and it was phenomenal. Very, very well done from what he said. And I trust this guy. So if he thinks that new make is going to be pretty darn good, then I have a good feeling that we're going to be in for a treat later on. Let's talk new makes and see what you guys think, if any stands out. Uh, Aberargi, I want to say Aberargi. I'm not sure how you pronounce it. They're owned by the Perth Distilling Company. They're a lowland distillery. They're new. They are new, but I've never tried them, never heard of them, never heard of anyone review any of their stuff. Anyone tried the Aberargi or Aberargi? I'm kind of curious. Avenderg, I should say. I did learn from watching another Roy pronunciation video today. I've been saying their name incorrectly. It's Avengerg, and man, it was bad. The inaugural release was horrible. They have a 10-year that I have been wanting to try. It's extremely expensive, though, and you can only get it in the UK. They're an islands distillery. I'm eager to try it, even though I hated, and I mean absolutely detested. I had to hold my nose to drink it, kind of drain pour on the 3-year-old inaugural release was horrible. I will try the 10 to give it, a chance. We've already talked about Altavania and Lisa Bay. Annandale, the Johnstons, that's my last name. We all come from Annandale in Scotland. Very, very low border town. They fought with the Maxwells for many, many, many years. Robert Bruce, you might be familiar with that guy, is involved with the history of the Johnstons in Scotland. Annandale is kind of got my interest. I want to try it. It's a lowland distillery, though. But they have started doing whiskey recently. They've released a lot of gin lately, I think first, or other spirits, but I think they finally had just gotten to, they've gotten to some actual whiskey sales. I haven't tried it yet. I don't know anybody. We'll get to those guys soon. Wolfburn, we'll get to those guys soon. Too smoky? Are you talking about the Elisa Bay? No, it's not smoky by any means. It's a sweet smoke. I mean, it's very well described. It's just doesn't need the extra sweetness is my question versus the inaugural release. And that's where I'm kind of, I wish I had both to do a side by side and do a true like comparison. But going off memory, I enjoyed the first one even more. But we'll see what Eric thinks on that one. Do you hand wash all your whiskey washes? I don't trust the dishwasher, especially the Copitas. Yeah, I tried to get my wife to do the hand washing of these, but she's like, just put them through the washer. The problem with the washer, though, is you get etching. If you don't know what etching is, you get this like film of whiteness around the base over time, and that it doesn't necessarily affect the taste per se, but it looks horrible, and you can't get it out. So then you might as well just throw the glasses out and get new ones. Thankfully, Glencairns are not very expensive, even for the basic Glencairn glass, the official Glencairn glass ones. But they are better if you do hand wash them. So to make a long story short, if on my next ones I get, they will be hand washed. These unfortunately were not, and do have the etching. So be careful about that with your Glencairns if you're particular that. If you go through Glencairns really quickly, then you're not going to care as much. But they are very durable. I've dropped a Glencairn on vinyl floor from a good distance. I'm talking like I'm trying to gauge the feet here, 5, 6 feet off the ground on a vinyl floor in a basement, and it did not break. So that tells you they're very, very well made. I mean, they're probably one of the best made glasses that's out there that I can think of. 100% absolutely. Only have had the Northlands, but it's close to our ancestral grounds, which is close to the Wick. Old Pulteney, though. That's cool. Yeah, let's go and look for some more here. We talked about Annandale. I'd love to try it. I don't think anyone in here has had Annandale before, right? I'm just curious. If you have, let me know. RBKey's a new one. Haven't heard of them. They're Highland. Looking forward to Ardnahoe and Isla. Ardnahoe's new make, like I said, is supposed to be great. I have had the Ardmaturin. Ardmaturin is pretty good. They are at the spirit level, though, which means they don't have anything that's older than 3 or 4 years. They're still releasing stuff and having to call it spirit. And in Scotland, to be a Scotch, a whiskey, you have to sell it after 3 years. You cannot sell it before that. If you do, which some of these guys have been doing this, they have to call it a spirit. So you have to keep that in mind when you're looking at different ones. But the spirit that I've had from Ardmaturin, I've had a couple, they're actually pretty decent, and they're owned by Old Delphi. Old Delphi is finally getting into the single malt business, and I'm so looking forward to more Ardmaturin. So there you go with that. Ballandalic is a space side. It's new. Haven't really done Barra, new island. Haven't heard from Barra. Or Borders is a new lowland. Brewdog is a highland. Never had any of these. Clydeside is a new lowland. Daft Mill is a new lowland. Haven't had them. D-side is a highland. Never tried it. Dornoch, same thing. Eden Mill is one that is actually known for, I believe, their gin first. They're a lowland distillery. I was lucky enough to have a Scotch Malt Whiskey Society bottle of Eden Mill at a tasting at a good old KB. If you're out there, Bob H. Can't wait to see you guys after this COVID nightmare is over with. I'm getting my ass up to New York and New Jersey, one way or another, whatever it takes. Eden Mill is a good taste with that one. I'm not sure how close or far they are from a regular release, but it'd be kind of cool to see. Glasgow, like the city, it's a lowland. Don't know anything about them. Glenwivis, a highland, a community ownership, independent bottling thing. I'm sorry, independent ownership. Not familiar with them. Or Harris or Holyrood, Inchdarney, a lowland in Glenrothes area. Kingsbarn's one I've had. That one's pretty good. It's a Venus Malts owns it. It's a lowland distillery. The new Log is out of Arran Island Distillery, and I'm really looking forward to the Lag or Log. It's going to be tasty. I'll get to you here. Almost wrapping up here, Dustin. Lindor's Abbey, haven't tried it. Nicean I've heard of. I'm probably butchering the pronunciation. The NC apostrophe NEAN. These guys are doing an organic malt that's just released recently. I have seen it. It's got great presentation. No age, unfortunately, because they're brand new. But I'm looking forward to see. Has anyone had that Nicean? I'll type it so you guys can see it. C apostrophe NCEAN. Has anyone had that one? Did I type that correctly? NC apostrophe, yeah. NEAN. I think that there's no C between the N and the E. Sorry about that. NC apostrophe NEAN, like that. Sorry. Has anyone had that one before? They have a new organic release. Sorry, I dropped my phone. a new organic release that I'd love to see if it's like Race or Race. Someone mentioned them before. That they have been on my radar as being a really good one to try. They're R&B Distillers is the name of the owner, and they're an island distillery. Rose Isle. I'm sorry, Rose Isle. That's a new Diageo-owned Speyside distillery. Strathern, Douglas Lang owns them. They're in the Highlands. Torvag, Mossburn Distillers owns them in the islands, and Wolfburn is one that you guys mentioned, and I am eager to try Wolfburn. I have not tried one yet. Now, on the subject, let me get Dustin an invite while before I forget here. 1 second, man. Copy and sent. I'll pop you in here, Dustin, when I see you in the green room. Oh, and Steven. Sure thing, man. I'd love to get both of you guys in here. Let's see if I can get old Steven in here. Steve and Connor. There you are. And sent. Has anybody had a Wolfburn? Now, looking at Wolfburn, I've been doing research and whatnot. It looks like the Langskip is the bottle to get from them. Now, they have several. They have an Aurora. They have other named, like a Morven, I think it is. They've got lots of named bottles since they are new and they don't have any aged, stated whiskey. Has anyone had a Wolfburn, and what was your favorite version of it? I'm just curious. No one's answered about the Nicean. Look them up. That it's one that might be worth a look. Hey, Dustin. Good.
Oh, hey.
How's it going?
Pretty good. These are the glasses, by the way.
Oh, wow. Those are long stem, man.
Yeah, they're a little ridiculous.
That is crazy. It looks like it's almost like it looks like the perfect extended Glencairn.
Yeah, I mean, here's a Capita in comparison.
It's almost like if you merged a Capita and a Glencairn together.
Well, if you say that, this is really, to me, a Capita and a Glencairn merged together.
Oh,
yeah. This is just like, I gotta turn it sideways, put it on camera.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
Look at the base. Look at the size of the base.
That's amazing, man.
But what it makes it really good is it twirls in your wrist. Like, you can just spin it. And you can't really tell how much I'm spinning, but it's spinning. And
That's nice, yeah.
It's got, because I've had bridal wine glasses, and they weigh nothing. They feel like they're kids' toys or something. This stuff is heavy.
That's wild, man. That one's heavy. The long stem one's heavy.
Yeah, you can even feel the stem itself has got like some. Here. I don't know if you can hear it or not.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's got some good heavy crystal weight. It's comparable to Capita in quality of crystal glass.
That's a really good resonance on that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I've handled a few of their regular wine glasses that were $15-$20, and I thought I was going to break them just touching them. I was like, "Ooh, I have to put that down." That's these actually feel pretty good. So,
I'm curious. I got a question for you. Since you've been around the block more than a few times when it comes to whiskey, how do you approach some of these new guys on the scene when it comes to like Elisa Bay or like the Nicean or however you pronounce that new one? Do you even bother with them at all, or do you kind of just wait for year 10 and then give it a try?
Yeah, I used to run out and buy everything that I could find, and anymore, it's hard to just keep spending the money. You know what I mean? So I'll be honest, the Irish distillery just showed up here, it's something like Waterford. It's not Waterford, but it's something like that.
Yeah.
Lots of cool, nice, positive things about them, but dude, $100 a bottle for these low age whiskeys. I've reached the point in my whiskey drinking where I start thinking, if I stop spending money, that means I can buy a $400 bottle. I can buy a $200 bottle. I don't want to buy $600 bottles because I've got 300 bottles of whiskey. I don't need stuff to drink. I need stuff that I really am gonna love.
Like I agree with you on like the stuff like the Doff Mill people. The Doff Mill is really big on. They're really good about the craft, and they're kind of remind me of Springbank. But on the other hand, they charge like $200 for an inaugural bottle that you don't know anything about, and I'm like, it's really tough to do that. But what about the ones that are like more like these, like they're $30 or $40, and you don't really have a lot of risk? Do you still think it's not worth the shipping and the hassle and all that, or?
I'm done with sub $100 scotches. Shipped for sure. In person, if I'm at a store and they've got something that, like, I'll be honest with you, when Highland Park Cask Strength shows up locally, if it's under $100, I'm probably gonna buy it because I like Highland Park. I mean, I'm just a simp for them,
Yeah, I know what you mean.
But as if Springbank does anything under $100, yeah, sure, done. Yeah, because again, I think of it this way: there's better value in bourbon at under $30.
Yeah.
If I want to go exploring, I'll pick up a bourbon. There's store picks for $50, $60 all day that are really good. Why am I going to spend that kind of money on something that I'm probably not going to like?
Hey, Steven. How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Are you the same way when it comes to new distilleries? Do you, like, if it's only $30, $40, do you take a chance and even try it, or are you kind of the type that just waits for year 10 plus and go for it after the fact?
I mean, here's the thing. I mean, I don't know when you're going to find any bottles for $30 from a new distillery, because normally they're going to be expensive because it's a craft and they don't have the what's the economic term, economies of scale, like a lot of these other distilleries have, Diageo's and all that. So it's they're going to be charging a lot for young whiskey. So I honestly stay away. I mean, I'll try it, but I won't buy it probably.
This Altavania was only $30, and this El Sabé, I think, was maybe 40, 45 tops. It was very, even getting it from the UK, it wasn't ultra, expensive or anything.
No, that's true. There are some exceptions, I guess, but I'm thinking of the Bimbers. I'm thinking of the ones that people really want, right? But what's the other? There's another big one in
Daft Mill is a bad one.
Well, Daft Mill is a great little distillery, though. I will say it's too expensive for what it is.
Very expensive compared to these. I'm talking.
No, I agree. I'm not going to buy their 12-year-old single cask for $800 or anything like that. But
that'd be a steal.
What'd you say?
That'd be a steal if it's hard bag.
That's true. That is true. Yeah.
I was on Whisky International the other day, and I was looking at this stuff, and my jaw dropped. I saw a 7-year Ardbeg exceptional cask for like 1,600 pounds.
Oh my God, man,
that's insane. And that makes me sad, man, because I love Ardbeg, and I really want to get some of those really nice bottles. But I mean, when they're more, when they're up there with the Port Ellens of the world, I just can't go there. So
yeah, it's hard to justify.
Yeah,
from Ardbeg when Port Ellen has been out of business for how long now? I mean, how long?
Since 83.
Isn't that crazy? It's like I can see why their bottles are $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 for that, but when you have a distillery that's been open and it is open, and it just doesn't make sense.
Well, I mean, forget that. I mean, the Port Ellen's 30 plus years old.
Yeah, exactly.
That's true too. Yeah.
I mean, let's end the conversation there. It's 30 plus year old whiskey versus 7.
Yeah,
that's true.
And I mean, I've had independent bottlings of Ardbeg that were 27 years old at cask strength, mind you, a low cask strength. Mm-hmm. Apparently, the guy picked it up for like $600 or so.
Wow.
Yeah, I got this one. I got lucky. Got this one secondary, but and I think I've showed Telex this before, but the sherry cask Ardbeg, 1976 Ardbeg. I know. And it's 17-year-old.
It's a Delphi too, man. That makes it even better.
19-year-old, 78 Ardbeg. But I got this for like maybe $750 or $800, which is really cheap. I mean, it's expensive, super expensive. But for 70-year-old Ardbeg and 19-year-old, it's really
that's a great deal.
And it's sherry that dark, and that's natural color.
That's insane, man. And the Delphi is a great.
I want to know your hands are hands up, guys. No playing with yourself right now.
That will be open at a special time right there. That's a
wow.
Yeah.
That's
after hours. What are you sipping on, Stephen? I'm sure you poured something, didn't you?
I did. I you know what? I opened this for my wife's 40th here last January, and she loved it, and still have some left. So it's the older Glenfarclas 40-year-old.
Oh, God bless, man!
But it's a 46% ABV version, which is a lot better than the 43.
I thought you were going to pull out like a family cask that was like 20 maybe years, but that's like a 40-year-old dude.
Once again, man, back in the day,
those were cheaper than family cask.
Yeah, this is much cheaper than family. This is for a 40-year whiskey. This was like, I think I paid $650 for it, maybe $700, $650, around that. But it's I've had it for a while. It's very good. It's definitely worth $650 and $700. I mean,
that's
I don't know.
Wild,
it's
man.
Probably around 1,000 now, over 1,000 was going for secondary.
If someone
if
someone comes to both of you guys, we'll start with Dustin. If someone comes to you, Dustin, and is like, "Hey, I see this great price on the Glenfarclas 25," would you tell them to stay away from it, or would you tell them to buy it for like $250 or whatever it runs right now? I think it's like around $250 or so.
They should still be under $200, I think. I mean, I'd ask them kind of their profile, but in general, the answer is no. I wouldn't pay $100 for Glenfarclas 25.
Yeah, it's one of those whiskeys that I initially enjoyed, but when I came back to it after having lots of different things, I'm like, wow, is it not as near as good as I thought it was?
Well, what's funny is at first I didn't appreciate the age. And as I've drank more, when I go back, I can actually pick up the age of Glenfarclas 25 here. And that it's weird. It's kind of like the first time after I'd gone through like 100 plus craft beers and really taken in craft beer, I went back to Budweiser and I went, oh, okay, I can get the malt, I get the grain, I can kind of appreciate how they made this. And I did the same thing with Glenfarclas, but my opinion of the whiskey didn't change. It's still not whiskey I want to drink. Just like I don't want to drink. But Budweiser's really well made, styled, cheap beer,
Right.
And I think that's what Glenfarclas is really cheaply made aged whiskey.
Yeah, if someone's already into sherry and they're not looking to spend a whole lot, then it's hard to get that kind of age at that price point. That is kind of a tough thing to do. That's the only reason I'm kind of like, eh.
But the problem is age worth more money than better cask?
Exactly. That's where the balance comes into play.
Yeah. And also, I just think Glenfarclas's malt is not great.
Right.
But if you appreciate, because some people love Glenfarclas's malt, then by all means, it's a great value. I find Glenfarclas's malt very underwhelming, if not a little bit of a negative on the whiskey. I think it actually affects the quality of the whiskey.
Gotcha.
But Glenfarclas to me, it's all about the cask with Glenfarclas because if it's not, I mean, I've had decent second fill or third fill or whatever cask influence, but their first fills are the way to go. I feel like, I mean, and I've had some that I haven't liked as much, but I've had some that I really enjoyed. I mean, it's not, to me, it's not a Glendronach. I have 4 bottles of Glenfarclas and countless other ones for Glendronach. So
I know where your loyalty lies.
Yeah. And also, I mean, I'm getting into more of the Glengoyne, but the single cask Glengoyne. I like Glengoyne fine. I'm not. I mean, 25. I know Dustin. I know he likes the 25 a lot. It's fine. it's all right. I mean, but
Hard to price on it.
yeah, but like this one is one that I've had a sample of that's fantastic, and it's you can see how dark. That's a 19-year-old though. It's a first fill
Wow.
Oloroso cast strength, and I had a sample, and I had to go find a bottle. This was a kind of a special cast that kind of one of those they lost supposedly, or something happened to it. It got
possible.
yeah, but this is fantastic. And then I just have a couple. Really, I'm just kind of getting into them now. But this is one that I got. It's a port cast too. That's a distillery. So I'm really excited to try that. I've got a couple of these, I think, now. So I can open one of these.
What time do I be there tomorrow?
Come on, man. I'm not doing anything for Christmas. So
What did you pour, Dustin, in your I know you've been sipping on something.
So I've got 2 glasses right now. So Peter White was talking Arran 18 versus 21. So I said, well, let me get them.
This is for Richie Z. This is Richie Z's in the comments. I'm just going to let him see that.
Oh, God. Now he's going to drool over the keyboard.
Yeah, I know. Sorry.
But yeah, so tell us, I just, Peter been talking about the Arran, so I thought I'd do a little side by side. And
so you've got an Arran 18, and what's the other one?
Arran 21.
Oh, you got nice. The 18 and the 21. Nice.
So Dustin, what's your say on them? I haven't had either one yet.
Well, so I mean, for Steven, I was getting ready to say this. You like active casks or active peat?
I mean, yeah, I do. I do. It just all depends. I like it. I like it all. Yeah.
You're not a guy. How many refilled bourbon barrels do you have that were 20-something years old that are not active casks? You just like the malt.
I have some. I mean, I think some of the Taliskers are some of the older Taliskers I have are not super, but but it's the peat that brings that out more.
Yeah. What I'm saying is non-peated. Non-peated. Yeah.
I mean, non-peated ex-bourbon, there's going to be a handful, but I like them, but it's only a certain yeah.
So
again, right. I agree.
But again, your profile is you like to have either peat or you like to have cask influence, which is my profile too, by the way.
I think that's right. Yeah.
So I mean, again, but so for us, I think there is an initial preference when I drink the 18 because it is super sherry that it's better. But the difference is when I go back to this 21, the finish is just so much better.
Yeah. I'll tell you, Stephen, from my whole year of 2020, my whiskey of the year is the Arran 21. That's how good it is.
Oh, wow.
It is that good, man.
I'll definitely. Arran, I think Arran can be underrated. I've had some good bottles. Maybe some of it's middle of the road, but I think they're making good inroads. I think they're only getting better.
This 25 here is a must buy.
I'm going against
the 21.
Yeah,
the 25.
Oh, the 25. Yeah. Oh man, yeah. It's okay.
Going against the Glen Garrioch 21 and the Craigellachie 17. I need to try the 23, but the Altmore 21, the Glenlivet 21, the Glenfiddich 20, all the 21s I've had, even the Benriach 21, the Arran 21 is the best distillery bottle 21 year that I've found this year. And I've gone through even the closest I can come to, and I haven't done a review yet, is the Tobermory 21 is outstanding. It's a Mazzanilla cask. If you like Mazzanilla casks, then go for it. If you don't like Mazzanilla casks, then stay away because it's very in your face, a great cask, high ABV, great bottle. But
I mean, I think there's better 18-year-old whiskeys than there are 21-year-old whiskeys. The 21-year-old age statement's a really weak segment of the market. I think more overpriced garbage at the 21 year than any other age state.
It seems like it's the case.
I mean, the older Highland Park 21 was fantastic, but they're no longer producing the one I really liked.
Well, Stephen, and the chat will enjoy this one. So I actually just purchased one of the newest 21 year. And I went and watched Malt review of the new 21 year, and I discovered something. They did 2 different 21-year-old releases this year. One that was all sherry casks, and one that was almost about 40-60 bourbon cherry.
Huh.
And so I'm actually really so they're making the 21 now in smaller and smaller batches, which really kind of showing off, I guess, the different craftings of what they can do. So,
well, that's good.
I'll be honest.
They need to. They've lost me a little bit, so hopefully they'll get me back on something.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna look into if I can get what Malt Review got the August. So I got the November release.
Who was this? Which distillery?
Highland Park.
Highland Park. Oh, okay, gotcha.
The one I got was assertive, peaty, probably the most peated older age dated Highland Park I've had yet. Now, I would have preferred more sherry because it was bringing in some kind of tired bourbon casks, which was weird. They were saying they were first fill bourbon, first fill sherry, and then like 50-50 even, and then 4 refilled or something sherry casks, which I guess means they had some really shitty forecasting through the end. But I'll tell you what, though, it was a good whiskey, a really good whiskey.
Before I ask you this, Stephen, I want to respond to Richie Z. On the Lamorgi 2 sale, I liked it a lot, but I like a very sweet dram. Richie, what did you think? Have you ever tried it, Stephen? What did you think about that one? I like it a lot, but I like a sweet one.
Oh, he has. Okay, yeah, I see that he did ask up here. You know, Glen Garrioch, I have some. I have maybe 1 or 2. I used to have more. It's just a light. It's a that's a light distillate, and I like it fine, but I don't really. I haven't had that one. Some of the older ones I did really like more. I haven't had many lately that I've really enjoyed. Put it that way.
Yeah.
The Artine, the Star, there was another one.
Spios, Milchon, the Alanta, the
Alanta. I like the Alanta.
Baltic or Baltica or something.
Yeah, some of the older ones. The newer ones I haven't been as impressed with. I don't know where this one.
This one's from 2015. It's a 2015 release. Yeah,
it's the best of the last 5 years, in my opinion.
Gotcha.
I agree with.
I would totally like it. I guess I don't buy them now. If I find and my friends here locally don't really collect them either, so I don't get to try them much. I would love to do a sample trade and try some more.
They basically were giving them away here in Ohio at one point for like $60.
Wow.
Went up, and I was like, whoa, okay. This is because it had a nice wood finish. And the finish on that thing was like 2-3 minutes longer than anything Reggie's ever done. It was better than Signet.
I'll be right back. I need to plug my computer up so I can see comments here. 1 second. I'll be right back.
Sure. Yeah. I like the Tussil a hell of a lot better than Milchon, and as well as some of their older private releases. But yeah, if I was going for a private, I would get with the Tussil. The Spios is good if you like rye. It's very rye-ish tasting.
The Milchon's good if you want to give it to a female.
There you go.
That French wine finish. I'll be honest. I had a girl over here, and I was drinking Highland Park for a year, and I let her taste the glass, and she's like, "Oh, that's so good." And I went, "Cool. Let me find you something else." And I gave her 2 things that were kind of expensive, but not anywhere close to that. And she was like, "No."
Wow.
John, and she goes, "Ooh, I like that." And I'm like, "Perfect."
There you go. Give her the Milchon.
This bottle is yours. Anytime you come over.
That's what
I did actually enjoy that whiskey, though. It is actually Milchon is actually very enjoyable.
My wife is all about the Glendronach 12, which I'm totally fine with. If she wants to stick with that, that's totally fine. I'll always have a bottle for her.
No, not
I need to buy another bottle because my bottle of Glendronach 12 sucked. I must have gotten a bad bottle. I mean, it sucked.
Not the Mizunura, Ben. I'm talking about the Mezzanilla, Manzilla, something like that.
We've been talking about it all night here, Telex.
The Tanninic, the 17, man. I've got to save that box for me.
I mean, I don't know if you can see the fill level on this thing, but I mean, we're not exactly.
That's really up there, man. Yeah.
What is it?
We're not talking about a bottle. Hard.
What is that?
Tanninic. It's a Tanninic.
Oh, Tanninic, yeah.
I want to get that bottle. If you can, save the bottle and box for me, because if I might just try to get it from you and save from the side, if you don't mind.
I mean, Telex, I don't know if you'll be on live when I finish this bottle.
You know,
That's true.
you talk about 21-year-old, and he's talking about the Tomoori. All their Loch 21s too. The special releases are very for a good price. They're very good. This was $200 maybe, a little over 200.
I didn't know they had these 21-year-old versions like that.
Oh yeah,
there's
this is
a couple of them.
Marsala cask here finish.
Yeah, Telex, I sent you a link earlier. When you go click on that, you want to check out Loch. It's got 2 or 3 of those. It's about 230-ish.
Okay, that's perfect then. I'll have to take a look at that.
21 with those finished. I had one that Keith picked up lately. And of course, it's funny. Keith always brings the dirtiest freaking whiskeys to drink.
You talking about the multi-man cave guy?
Yeah, multi-man cave. And so, like, we're drinking these really refined quality drams. Not like dirty whiskey. I mean, I'm a Springbank guy, obviously.
Yeah.
But then, like, he brings out like the Lecken and all these things.
Well,
and
that's very dirty. Yeah.
What is it? What is it?
The Lecken. It's Edgar
Okay, I got you.
Yeah. And then and so he brings out Loch, and I mean, and he'll find these Deansons that are just like sulfur
dirty,
and dirty, and I'm like,
the Loch, that's kind of their. I mean, some of their Lochs, that's kind of that.
That is a bottle he's brought.
It is what it is. Yeah.
This is a dirty one here. 55. Yeah, it's a 55.5. I like the ABV, but man, is it sulfuric? I mean, you've got to be in the mood for.
Yeah, that's a no-go for me.
Sulfur.
I'm trying to. I gotta go back to Keith. Keith had one. He had one down. One of those guys. It was either 22 or 23 year. I can't remember which, but I mean, it was milk chocolate and sherry, and it was just. Man, it was like Hershey's chocolate and cherry, and I was like, yeah, okay. And then it had the dirt in the background, but it was like that overpowered it in the dirt was just a nice like compliment. It was kind of like you go to Glen Garrioch, right? Mm-hmm. Coal-fired stills.
Yeah.
And it was a nice compliment. But all you got was coal-fired still. You'd be like, not for me.
Happy holidays, Gary. Good to see you. I'm not sure if you've been lurking for a while, but if you're just new, welcome.
And cheers on the Dare Gaelic avatar. The Dare Gaelic is amazing.
Who's what now? What? Where?
Dar Gaelic. Those are. This is
Dare Gaelic.
If you ever, Dar Garloch, or what I think is. I forgot how it's pronounced, but
which one?
It's Dare Gaelic. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Oh,
which one's that?
Yeah.
This is 4. This is bottle 4, which I think is my favorite I've ever had.
I've got. Is it this year's tree?
No, it's last year's tree. It's Bluebell. So
gotcha.
This one you would swear that it's sherried because it tastes. There's so much toffee and it is fantastic. It is, but it's not sherry at all.
Yeah.
It's virgin oak, but now it's also finished in virgin oak.
Yeah. So tell us just quick background here.
Yeah.
This is Middleton's Irish whiskey distillate, right? And what they do every year is go take down 2 old world trees. I don't know the story on that, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And they take out these 4 trees and they make barrels out of the 4 trees. And these are giant.
They take 7 trees down. That's every year 7, I think, is what.
Oh, it's 7? I thought it was 4. Okay, 7. All right, so take these old world oak trees down. And they finish this whiskey in purely old world oak. And my understanding is these range from like 12 to 18 years old or something. That they're not stupid, but they're one of the only Irish whiskeys you'll find at cask strength and old world trees. I mean, we're talking. There aren't a lot of these trees left in existence in Europe. Europe has been very deforested, and I guess there's a reason why they're taking these down. It's probably for forest preservation.
No, because I mean, I was there. I got this bottle. I got a couple. I was there the first year at the Middleton Distillery when they put this out. In fact, this is where I got this one. But what they're doing is these are all Irish oak. This is the first Irish at the time when there might be more now. I don't know, but I don't keep up with Irish whiskey enough. But at the time, they are the first Irish whiskey to be aged in Irish oak for about over 100 years.
Nice.
So what they're doing this forest, as he says, and they go back and they plant more, and they're trying to use this project also as to try to because they're not taking many trees down, 7 a year, and they're trying to, and some of these aren't super old. These are not super old trees either that they're taking down.
I thought it was really impressive.
Yeah, no, they're not super old. But they're taking it and then planting it and kind of trying to build up the Irish oak, because honestly, the English and I'm almost full-blooded Irish, so I'm not a big English fan, but the English came over and literally used all the Irish oak to build their warships. So back and that's one reason why there's no forest in Ireland. I mean, there's forest, but there's a lot of land that's not. That used to be a forest. So.
All Scottish here, so we're friends.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Well, I gotta tell you, man. I'm telling you, those are.
Yeah.
Whatever they're getting out of those, that oak is really good.
And they're great packaging, beautiful whiskey.
Yeah, they're not hard to get.
And they're fantastic. Do what?
They're not that hard to get. I mean, same place.
They're getting harder and harder to get, man. I had a hard time getting the new one. The trees that I want, the trees that I wanted, right? So
okay, the tree 3 and 4 I know are available still.
Okay,
and
it's tree 6 or I think 6 and 7 or 6 might be the one that I really wanted. And some of the ones that people really like sell out. That's the ones that sell out quickly.
I'll be honest. I've had 3 and 4. So Jason, Mash, and Drum, and I both. You got 3 or vice versa. I can't remember. I absolutely loved them. They were excellent.
Yeah.
And they were very different.
Yeah.
They were truly very different.
They are.
They had the same sweetness and malt, but very distinct differences. Both were just.
It's kind of crazy, right? How different they can be, and it's pretty much from there. They take the whiskey itself. I think they take it from kind of the same age, and it's not the same stock, right? And the only difference is this short process of aging them in the Irish oak, different trees. That's the only difference. Yeah. So it's crazy what they're getting out of that oak.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, I mean, they're incredible, and I'll tell you what, I'm buying a couple bottles every year. I mean, I guess I only knew about 1 and 2 showed up in America in a couple places that I couldn't find it, and then I saw 3 and 4 on the UK website.
Mm-hmm.
They had a 5, 6, and 7. I've not even seen those anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're much better than. I mean, to me, like I've got the Redbreast 21, which is a great whiskey, but it's not that great to me compared to the Middleton. I think the Middleton is much better.
I'll be honest. I think the 21 is really exceptional whiskey that they watered down too much.
Yeah, I think so too. And honestly, there's some notes that I'm not as much of a fan sometimes on this one. That it's kind of this more overripe fruit note, super overripe. Like it's just like rotting on the. Huh? Yeah. There's this very fruity notes that are kind of, it's a very super overripe fruit notes that I am not as much of a fan. A lot of people like it. I get it out of a lot of Irish pot still whiskeys. So
I've only had the 21 at a couple bars, and I never got overripe fruit at all. I actually got very fruit. I actually got a really nice, authentic aged oak, and a little bit of sherry, and it was. I'll be honest. I thought it was better than 27 year had they brought the ABV up.
I'm not a big fan of the 27 either. So,
quick question: What does the glass of the 21 Redbreast cost in a Irish bar typically? There is a good one nearby that I could probably get it at after COVID's over, but I'm wondering if what's the cost of a glass of that usually?
I went to one of the best bars in the world in terms of prices. It's again fair for you.
Okay.
Like I literally bought a round for the table of a $200 bottle of bourbon, and then I bought the Redbreast. I got a sample of. I got a pour of the Barry Crockett, and I got 2 more pours, and I paid $100.
Oh, okay.
Nice. Very good deal.
That's a very good deal. Yeah.
I guess
it depends on how much you get.
Well, they're 2-ounce pours each.
That's a good deal. No, I mean, it probably depends on they probably charge you based on what else you're ordering during your visit. I'm sure as part of the deal too.
The guy knew me. I'd been good to him in the past.
I will say that this has gotten better with oxidation. The sulfur in this is definitely lower. Thankfully, I'll be honest. When I first tasted this, I was like, "Holy shit, this is a lot of sulfur." But thankfully, over time, it's definitely mellowed out a bit. But it's still there. But have you guys had this after it's been sitting out for a while, or have you only had it?
What is that? 20-year-old?
Yeah, the Deanston
Let me see what I
Oloroso.
have. Hold on a second.
I'm curious to see if you do have it, maybe pour like a little mini sip to see if you think it's what your feeling is on it.
No, I've had 2 pours of this tonight, so this is where my bottle is after 2 pours tonight.
That's crazy, man. I like that one. I mean, it is disjointed. It was one of the most weird. Like the nose and the palate and the finish were so separated. It felt like I went to a dinner, and I chose a first, like a pre-free kind of like, first, second, third, fourth course, but none of them made sense with each other.
Yeah. Well, the thing is with that, with this one is I opened it with Mike at his house. I bought it the same day I went up to his place one weekend, and oh shit, that's an overpour. I just got this.
You can never overpour a Springbank, my friend.
I just got this new glass. You know what? I'm not gonna pour it back, but I just got this new glass, and it's really weird and awkward to pour into.
I like that though. It's a nice. It's got like a fat bottom to it. I like it.
What I noticed is, what I'm thinking I'm going to use it for is for some of the NAS whiskeys I've bought that are super high proof, that have off-putting smells and flavors. This seems to mask them really well, and it just lets the sweetness out. So I'm thinking like some of the apple hours that I have not liked at all and thought I went, "That would be good for you, you garbage whiskey."
I'm with you there on Abelard.
Dude, fucking 60s batches are terrible.
Yeah. No, I just got a single cast from them, so I'm excited to kind of try them and see if they're, because I like some of the older, is it whatever it's called, the 40s, and
we brought a 46 Abuna not too long ago to one of our tastings, and I mean, it was not an aggressive whiskey among what we were drinking that night.
Right.
It had that milk chocolate versus like ethanol and burn that I get on the new ones, which was like, oh, drink this all day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, back in the day when they were sub $100 too.
I had a 50 something.
He paid like 160 for it, I think. So.
150.
Well, because he just bought it.
Oh, we got secondary.
Yeah.
So I poured the Middleton because the Tree 4. I think Gary was talking about it in the comments and the chat, and it got me wanting it, man. So and also what you were talking about, Dustin. So
all right, so
it had a 50 something on the Abana, and I got some really, really nice clove cigarette type of things going on with it. It was really good, but that's the only Abelard that I really liked.
Yeah, so I'll show you the Abelard. I was talking about the single cask, and I think I got it from somewhere in Europe, but let's see.
Well, I got a funny anecdote while you look for that, Stephen.
Yeah.
So I bought 2 bottles of whiskey recently. My backup of Arran 25, and I got
nice.
A Kavalan single cask, peated cask. And so I went and checked my order, and I was looking at the details, and apparently I screwed up when I ordered. And instead of sending it to Ohio, I sent it to American Armed Services.
Oh, no.
So, I mean, it's got the right zip code, right address, it's got the name, everything else is right. The city's right. I assume the delivery company will figure this out. And I tried looking into how I could, maybe get it resolved. They said you have to email the shipper. I sent the email to the shipper. They went, "We ship as whatever you sent us." And I went, "I got it, but can you help?"
Yeah, usually they just go by the zip code, right? I mean, that's really what the main thing they go by. So
I'm actually not too worried, but I just saw that and I'm like, oh my God,
I just had an issue, and this is something Mike, because I don't know if Mike told you, but I was able to find some. I think I might have told you this too, but the Kalila 30s, I found some in Pennsylvania of all places, and it was a special deal on them through their internet sale through the state. So I tried to who do I know in Pennsylvania, and so I have a buddy that's going to be going up there for, Mead Mule. You guys, Mead Mule, Mead Mule. So he's going to see family up there. So he's already, it took me a while, but they finally made it just yesterday to the store, and they got picked up today. So they'll be coming back to Tennessee here in a few days.
Nice.
Another weekend.
Mike and I were actually talking about that this weekend, and I was like, what Steven really should do is send the bottle you picked him up in Chicago back to him.
That's right.
How disappointing. He was like, "Hey, so you sent me a bottle, and I'm going to send you a bottle back for like $60."
But it was a great deal. When I first bought them, they thought they canceled my order without me knowing, because they thought I was some kind of it was fraud. Because I was out of state, and they thought some kind of fraud was going on. So they even let me know. So I had to scramble last week to get them to ship it and deal with that. So, but they made it, so it all ended well so far. So here's that Avalor right here.
Oh, I saw that 13 years.
Yeah,
I did. That was
That's cool.
Like $200, wasn't it?
200, yeah, I think something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's 51% and 13-year-old. So I have mild expectations for it, but I think it'll be
Well, let us know, because that's always a challenge. Is what sub 15-year-old cask strength single casks are worth 200. I mean,
Avalor. I haven't seen many Avalors that kind of. And this is Whiskey International too, so I'm sure at the distillery it was much less. At least 20% probably, at least 20 to 30.
Whiskey International is definitely a secondary site. Which the good thing about a secondary site is that they price things based on market demand, and they know what people like.
Yeah.
Negative is you've got to pay a lot of money if it's good.
That's right.
What kind of scores did you guys give this one this year? I was disappointed with this one, the new Carriages. What did you guys think of this one this year? I was kind of saddened by it.
Garbage.
Wow.
I wouldn't go garbage. I mean, I sold all the bottles I had. I bought. Yeah, so I would not want to buy another bottle. But garbage is strong. I liked it better than probably the Black Committee release. So yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. I probably did.
You liked hold on. You liked this better than the Black.
Yeah,
seriously.
Probably. Yeah.
Oh,
I think I was just pissed off at the Black. I think I'm just pissed off at it. I think I just.
I'd have to go side by side, but I think I agree with Steven, because the Black was literally.
To me, the casks were so good in that, though, that it made up for the lack of casks that were good in this one. But that's
the problem for me was the Black, the Ardbeg malt didn't complement the casks at all.
That's right.
On top of the fact that I thought it was super young, so
they wasted good cask on super young.
Yeah, and also Ardbeg and that cask didn't work together. They just meant to be married.
One thing I think you guys would like, if you have not had it yet, is this one. Have you guys had this one yet?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think so.
We don't get Coleman here. We don't get Coleman at all here.
If you can find this one, in which you can, are you able to order anything, Dustin, at all?
I can only order from the UK, and I just refuse models like that from the UK.
Yeah, I got you there.
Ohio just recently, our attorney general just threw a shitstorm. So fun story. This is fun. So I went looking for a bottle of an exceptional cask, Craig Alec. Okay.
Yeah.
And it's a 23 year. I did the review on it. And I looked online. They shipped to 49 out of 50 states.
Oh man.
They would not ship to Ohio, despite the fact that I know Texas and Kentucky, off the top of my head, are 100% never legal to ship here.
Tennessee too. Tennessee's an issue too.
Yeah, I knew there were other states, but I knew for a fact those two off the top of my head were like, those are never okay. And they would ship to both. So what did I do? Well, for just sheer enjoyment and fun for myself, really, I sent a message to a friend of mine who's a police officer in Ohio who lives in Kentucky and said, "Hey, can I ship a bottle of whiskey to you?" And he goes, "Hell yeah, man, no problem."
That's hilarious.
I was
Good
going to say,
Good
aren't
try.
you in Cincinnati?
Yeah, I'm in Cincinnati. He's
Oh, it's easy then. Yeah.
You know somebody in Kentucky, I'm sure that can help you out on the order or anything, right?
well. The thing is that this is the only store I've ever seen in Kentucky that would allow you to ship there. Because Kentucky,
Oh,
you can't ship there. Ohio, it used to be 9 months ago. I had 30 stores, and then our attorney general threw a shitstorm about tax rules. So basically, the problem is it's legal to ship alcohol here, but you have to go through this rigmarole of taxes
Oh, okay.
they weren't going through.
Yeah. It's not worth the hassle.
Yeah, so basically, we lost access to everything, and it sucks.
have you guys had the Ajudara Caledonia 12 before by chance?
I
I have.
Do
I have.
Do you remember that there's any vanilla in it at all?
I honestly don't remember it. I mean, you know,
It's
I
been a long
tasting.
time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I had it at a tasting, and I mean, Edward Dower is one that a lot of people love it. I mean, I've had a few that I've liked. I've got a very highly sought after one that I might sell one day, but this is a Taiwanese bottling that they
Ooh.
did. That it's like, you know, I think it's highly reviewed and sought after. But
What is that exactly?
it's a young one. I think this is maybe 11, a little over 11 years old. That's it. But it's
And is it sherry?
oh yeah, it's first fill Oloroso. I mean, it is super dark.
Oh
Now,
man,
this one was rated. I think Malt Maniacs. I don't know if you like Whiskey Fun, you know, Surge and those guys, and then Malt Maniacs is another site that does a lot of top scotches of the year or something. And this was rated super high by them as one of their top scotches of the year. So
if you were to let it go, how much do you think you would have to let it go for?
Oh, I mean, it's see, this is what's crazy. This is an expensive bottle secondary. This is 300 plus, almost $400 for 11-year-old Edward Dower. But
damn.
I mean, it's a one that is highly, you know, sought after. So
yeah, but I mean, that's almost a clear bottle for Edward Dower. Come on.
yeah, I know you're right.
That's true. They're very dark.
They're very dark.
I've got a signatory 46% of that. Literally, is the darkest bottle I own.
Wow.
And that includes
more than the cab. You have got the Cavalan sherry. Do you have Cavalan sherries too? Yeah, those are super dark, man.
I've got some 10-year-old Cavalan sherry.
Yeah, those are super dark.
Yeah, we're talking 10-year-old cask. Which, God, if you don't dislike oak, Telex, any other message. I don't want to post it to where even like an extra one person can hear it, but I'll send you a message.
That sounds cool.
Scary.
I like that.
You got a bottle. You have to buy.
Edward Get some earthiness and mushroom in them, some funk in there. Yeah,
they do. It's the Edward Dower does have it. So yeah.
I do like their stuff. I'm tempted, but man, that price is a little high. But I'll have to think about that, Stephen. If you do decide.
Oh yeah, no, don't. Yeah, there's some much other cheaper ones you can get, good ones than that one. I would not.
I'm just saying though, if you do decide to let it go down the road, let me know, and I'll see if I can do something with you or something. But I am on the prowl. I'm going to get a 12 Edward Dower. That's the oldest one I could find. If I could find an older one, I would jump on it. But I'm not aware of anything older than 12 years for those guys. Are you guys aware of anything?
No, I'm not. I don't. But I don't keep up with them enough. Honestly,
yeah, that's not a distillery I follow. I mean, they're just. You know, I think maybe the mushroom notes kind of where they're kind of losing me. Is combining the funk and the mushroom. It just kind of puts it out of my wheelhouse.
I same way. I am. I don't mind a little funk, and mushrooms are fine to a certain extent. But when you add those two together, I just call it dirty sherry. You know, it's kind of a little too much. It's a little too much for me. You know.
To me, it starts reminding me of like a wine that's been sitting out way too long.
Yeah.
But hold on, don't you guys like the Bruichladdich Black Arts 4.1? That's got a little bit of mushroom gravy to me with some sherry notes going on. To me,
it's not funky.
There is no funk. That's true. There's no funk.
I don't think it's that dirty at all either. I mean, I don't.
Yeah, because it's not funky. So mushrooms are fine by themselves, and funk's fine by itself. It's when they funky and mushroomy.
Ah, gotcha. Okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense. I
I'm
was
with.
trying to figure out what you meant, but that
And
makes
then,
sense.
My palate
the
sure, yeah.
sweetness doesn't, and then there's not enough sweetness on the Edgedours either.
Right.
Like the balance is all umami and spunk.
You see, he's got a
Wow,
30-year-old Edward Dower. I'm not.
that's
That's yeah.
crazy.
That is crazy.
I didn't think they've been
Oh,
around
he got
that
it
long.
auctioned.
Have they? They haven't
Oh
even been around
yeah.
that long, have they?
Yeah,
Oh,
I think
okay.
they have. Yeah, they have been. It just
They were. I bet they closed up after the '70s for a long time, though, or something.
1825.
Didn't they close
I'm sure
after
they
the
probably did.
'70s or something?
I
Nah,
think
but
that might be right. I mean, there's so many distilleries that did, and I'm sure they're probably one of them. They're so small, it'd be tough to have been kept going during those lean times.
to be someone that's come into the whiskey scene in the 2010s, I'm just so surprised that lots of these guys were mothballed in the 90s. I just can't imagine a time
Yeah.
when whiskey was so unpopular that Ardbeg had to close. That just doesn't make sense to me. But I guess it happens all the time. Or
Yeah.
I mean, Telex. I mean, I tell people this all the time. I'm 35. When I was in college, at like 19, 20 years old, my dad turned me on to ancient age 10-year-old bourbon. Essentially a 10-year-old Blanton's that wasn't, the best casks, still older than the actual regular Blanton's, for $9 a bottle.
Yeah.
oh wow,
Right. Yeah. Crazy.
can I have $9 a bottle for anything,
Oh
please?
man. Jesus.
Those
Those were the days.
Telex, I tell you, I can get you Blanton's, only it's aged longer, but it's not quite as sweet. I can get you it for $9 a bottle, and you can buy every bottle you want.
That's crazy.
Like
Those
I
are the
remember watching
days,
that
man.
bottle go from $8 on sale, because it was on sale $1 off all the time. Retail was $9, $8 retail or $8 on sale, and I remember over like 3 years went from that price to like $15 a bottle. Like holy God, this thing is getting really expensive. And then they
Well,
took it away.
People only 5 years ago they're saying that now, right? Especially with bourbon. I mean, you look at was it Heaven Hill 8? Is it 8-year-old? I think, right? Was it 8-year-old? What was the 6-year-old? Maybe 6-year-old. Yeah, for like $13. You remember back? It was. I mean, you can get it here. You could have got it here just 2 years ago for like $13. I mean, 2 or 3, maybe 3 years ago. I think it was
you
on
had to
the
go to
shelf.
Kentucky to get it.
Do what?
It was at Kentucky only.
Yeah, Bowling Green. That's right, because I got them in Bowling Green. That's right.
Yeah, you had to make a little trip.
But it was like $13. So
Yeah, and now they added 1 year aged, and they made it $40.
yeah.
That said, it's way better now.
Is it really? Okay, I haven't had it. I'm out of the bourbon scene, honestly. I've decided I've got some during allocated season. I'll get a few, but I'm just trying. It's just too much for me now to keep up with.
Yeah.
It's so,
Well,
so crazy.
If allocated season has led you to a George Street stag, let me know.
Oh, yeah.
I will say, Steven.
No, I think I'm gonna. I do keep these. I like the stags.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's so I've never had a VTAC.
Have you not? I'll send you some samples, man. Happy to do that.
I've had them at bars, but I've been one that was a little too difficult for me to like get. And I spend my money, my allocated money, if you will, on different distilleries usually.
Yeah.
But that stag's one I really want. And just
it's good. I like the stags a lot. Usually, last year's I wasn't a huge fan of it, but
I drank about a third of a bottle of that one night.
Oh man,
a friend of mine just brought it out, and I just kept drinking.
At least that was the lower proof stag, so that's good.
Well, the thing was though, you had a little drop of water on that one. It actually flavored dramatically.
Yeah, it just had. It was a little more. Was it sour oak? There was a note in it that I didn't like, and I don't remember. I only had it a couple of times, and I decided I had 2 bottles, and I sold them because I didn't. Just compared to the other stags, this year's
incredible. And
I heard
don't know,
good things about this year.
Mike and I would love to review that one next to the King Kentucky and see how they do. But
yeah,
I
got a 4 Roses too. I got a 4 Roses, and I got a couple other things that I've got somebody else that's going to give me. I've got here locally, but
you're going to be disappointed in that 4 Roses when you open it. Give it 3 months.
Okay,
it really improves.
Gotcha.
Because I opened it and I was like, did I really just do that? And then 2-3 months later,
the 2019 was really good.
Oh, 2019 is incredible.
Yeah.
Bottle I would want Telex to try.
Mhm.
It's incredible bottle.
Yeah.
One thing you guys should definitely try though, if you get a chance, is this Umbric. It's 10,550 bottles, so I know you guys can find it. This is my number 2 for 2020. That's how good it
Oh
is.
wow.
It's not aged as far as like age statement, but as far as the port and the sherry cask that got mixed up with this, it's called the mess for a reason. It was an accident. It's actually a really good accident.
Oh, I heard about that bottle. Was there multiple casks or something, or yeah?
Yeah, let me give you the quick skinny on the side here. 1 second. Basically,
I'll go ahead, Telex. I thought you were going to be taking your time researching.
the easiest way to pull up a lot of this stuff is just to go to Distiller has a really good kind of a
Well, it's good. Whiskey base is pretty good too.
True.
Yeah, whiskey base is kind of my go-to.
Yeah.
Basically, it's
for
ex-bourbon, ex-sherry, and ex-port in one cat. The cast type is ex-bourbon, ex-sherry, ex-port. It basically was the Stillman mistakenly blended port matured Kilhoman into the Macure Bay release, which is a bourbon and sherry release.
Yeah.
After this error, they matured it a further 9 years in bourbon barrels before finishing it in 6 months in the ruby port casks. And that's when Mickey Heads, God bless his soul, I miss him already. He's like, this is, Umbric, it's a mess, which is Gaelic for that. So it actually is really good. It's only surprisingly 46%, but even at 46, it's got a really good taste.
Well, that's on Macure Bay, right? Or that's your standard. That's what they kind of standard, for their.
Yeah.
But if you imagine Macure Bay with not just sherry but also port mixed with it, oh my god, dude, it's really good. If you're in the mood for something lower than 52% ABV.
Yeah, and I have it lately. I've been looking for the 46ers a little bit, just to enjoy, and because I've been putting so much work in. Yeah, I've been putting so much work in, so I'm not trying to, if I do want to have a dram late at night, if I am working, I can have a 46 and kind of be fine. So
I haven't been doing any work, but that's a whole different story.
I think you would like it. I mean, would it be better at 55? Of course, I'm sure it would.
Yeah,
but I think it's still a good 4-star out of 5 whiskey that you would even give it like 4 out of 5.
All right, so my last is a half of ounce. This is a Bowmore. I've been trying to find Bowmores that I like. It's been difficult. It's a hand filled one. So.
Wow. 56.7. You can't.
Yeah,
really
no, this is nice. This is a nice one. I do like this one.
I actually started my drinking today with with Big Pete 33-year-old.
Oh, nice.
Which I'll tell you what, that thing is opening up beautifully. It's becoming a really nice whiskey. The problem is, it was distilled in 1985, and so it's from Alexander Lang. So when it comes to their peated source stuff, there's only 2 distilleries it could be.
Yeah.
It has to be
Kalila or Bowmore or what?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You nailed it. It was fast.
Kalila, Bowmore, it was Port Ellen, and it was Ardbeg that they were they're sourcing from. And, 2 of those distilleries were closed.
Yeah.
In 85. So, and the Bowmore characteristic kind of comes out. And I've not had a lot of Bowmore, but I've just enough where I kind of recognize it.
Especially the 80s Bowmore. 80s Bowmore is, hit and miss, put it that way. The floral notes and the violet kind of very floral.
Well, the other thing is they finished it in cognac. And cognac is kind of similar to Bowmore's profile, like in what it adds, but kind of like doubled down Bowmore. And I'm like, That said, though, up to now I've been very like, okay, I wasted some money. Now I was like, this bottle's, I don't know, high 2s, low 3s.
Yeah.
Tonight's pour made me think, you know what? Actually, I really like the nose on this, like enough where, like, it's $300 whiskey nose. And the taste, it just kept bringing me back to Bowmore and making me go, And then I was like, well, should I just stop thinking about it's Bowmore and start thinking about smelling? And I finally, I kicked in. I was like, you know what? I actually don't dislike this. This is nice. I'm trying too hard to analyze a whiskey instead of enjoy it.
Yeah.
It happens sometimes with
It
this.
does. I mean, this Bowmore here. This is not the best smelling glass I have. It's one of my mini Glen Garrioch. But
Yeah.
a lot of diesel notes on this one, which is interesting.
I mean, I'm thinking out of like the freaking Ferrari of glass.
I know it is the Ferrari glass. I love it. It's so I love how you got to hold the stem and look ever so right with it.
I gotta get some of these. I like these long stem glasses, man.
Yeah,
man.
Stems
roll
are
with where
underrated.
it's at, man. The spin.
I'll tell you, the rolling on this thing is I've never rolled anything like this, and when there's
I like it.
Better.
Yeah.
I still need to get one of those onion glasses, like where it's like the whole big bow and like a tiny little nose at the top. They're like $60 a glass.
Jeez, were these onion ones you said?
The thing is, they have them on Amazon, but they're sold out.
Oh man,
like, they're not even available.
Send me a link so I can scavenge afterward.
There is some nice. I will say there is some nice right now on Whiskey World. The Whiskey World, there's some really nice crystal Glen Garriochs that they're selling.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Do not buy the etched crystal Glen Garrioch. I have broken 3 Glen Garrioch
really?
entire life. 2 are etched crystal ones. One.
Oh, wow.
Those are the only Glen Garriochs I've ever broken. And mind you, admittedly, I use them more than my regular ones.
They're usually pretty sturdy, yeah.
I mean, Telex, I've joked you could dribble a Glen Garrioch like a basketball.
It's true.
I've seen those things.
Kentucky style too. You can like really pound that shit.
I literally had a Glen Garrioch fall off from the freezer door on top of the fridge onto the kitchen counter, and it just bounced. And I mean, I caught it on the first bounce, so I avoided the second one. Pushed it over, and I'm like, wasn't a fracture, a scuff, nothing. I was like, God.
Even if I get a ding in it, I don't mind.
Yeah, but those etched ones, man, shattered instantly.
Wow.
They weigh more, and they have lines in them. They've been carved.
That's what I like about the weight of them. That's what I want. The weight, just the feeling in your hand with the weight. But I can see how they would.
I think his long stems are going to be great because he said there's some good weight in those stems, and I'm looking forward to that.
This is heavy. Everything about this thing is heavy.
Really? See, that one, I'll break that the first night.
I don't think so, man. It's got a really nice tip on it.
Yeah. This thing here weighs a shit ton.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Heavy. Let me just give you a little sound here.
Don't break it.
I'm telling you, they're not even close.
Telex, your views would go up, a lot if he broke them on air.
No.
It's funny. So this is like a fake Capita glass, right? I got a 4-pack of these for like $24, and they weigh nothing. And you know what? I don't enjoy drinking out of them because of the weight. I do, however, like them because I love a stem, and it smells, noses exactly like a Glen Garrioch. It's a little more fat bottom versus, kind of mid bottom, but otherwise, I can't tell. The nose and top.
It's got a better snout on the top. Yeah, you can tell by looking at it.
Here's Glen Garrioch. I mean, literally exactly the same.
Wow.
Okay.
Huh.
So, I mean, and these are sold out. I can't find them anymore because I'd buy more of these.
Yeah.
Honestly. To me, these are like cheap, $24 for a 4-pack. I love stems and break one. I don't think I
do. You like Capita glass?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I've been drinking out of a Capita glass more lately. I enjoy those.
So Mike and I kind of made it a rule. Anything under 50%, we're going to review in a Capita glass.
Mm-hmm.
We're doing a marathon, and we're just going to review a ton of whiskey, and then because Mike hand cleans every glass between drinks.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm not talking like a little one. Like it has to fully dry before it's drinkable. You can drink out of it. It has to be
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be pristine.
He's my kind of man.
Yeah.
That's my kind of guy. I like that because that's exactly what I do too.
So I got
And I'll
4
be
glasses
like,
out here.
Even
I'm
though I
more
did
than
pour
happy.
something, I poured this into a glass. I had something in because I don't have any water here to at least rinse it out. So
Well, I mean, for me, I'm okay with rinsing out, but I prefer to properly wash it.
yes,
I don't wait for it to dry, whereas Mike waits for it to dry. Puts it on a towel, waits for it to dry. And so, and Mike's only got 4 Capitas right now because I turned Mike on to Capitas. I'm like, dude, you gotta get a Capita.
mm-hmm.
Game changer for drinking 46% whiskeys. Like
Yeah.
46% whiskeys go from an 88 to an 89 to maybe even a 90 sometimes.
It's a great nosing glass. Yeah.
Well, and also it tastes better because you
Yeah.
smell more.
Yeah.
The flavor gets richer.
Oh yeah, if you're smelling it, yeah, you're getting more smell. No doubt about it. Does it taste better? Yeah.
Whereas this is a masterpiece of I want to drink a whiskey that's too hot and I want it to kill some of that, but I want all the sweetness.
Mm-hmm.
This really well. So I might buy a second of these, but it's probably not what I'm going to use that often. Maybe I'll use it for like some bourbons that are kind of.
Are you two up for a little glass challenge?
Yeah. Like what?
Yeah.
If I pick out a little pour here, all I'm asking you for you to is try to match it with something as with the same kind of class, if you can. And what I'm looking at is I'm going to pour for maybe not the closer, but maybe the second to last closer. This is one of my favorites. This is a Supernova from 2009.
Oh yeah.
And this is the 58.9%.
Oh yeah. That's
original 2009 stellar release of the Supernova.
I like your Supernovas. I do love the Supernovas.
I've got to pour me a big old dram of this, man, in a clean glass because it deserves it.
All right, I will. All right, so I'm going to go off cam, and I'm going to go pick up the newest release of Supernova. I guess that's.
Oh, there you go. That'll work.
It's the closest as I can get, and
that sounds perfect, man.
Now I don't wash the glass, so I can have a clean glass, and I'm gonna go. You know what? I'm gonna use this glass.
What year is the newest one from? Is it this year?
19.
No, I think it's 19.
2019. That's perfect. Okay.
Yeah. Early 19.
Yep.
So I'll be right back, guys.
All right,
I don't think I have an open one. I had a. I've got the 2010. I had the 14 and 15. In a time, this is really stupid of me, but I sold my 14 and 15.
Oh,
yeah,
dude.
I know.
Stick out your hand. Stick out your hand.
I know. No, I deserve it.
I'm gonna slap it.
Slap it. I deserve it. I will. I mean, the 15. I'll be honest with you. The 15 is like kind of all right. I mean, it's not, but I don't mind. I'm better selling that. But the 14 was really good, and I don't know what happened. Maybe I had an off night when I tried it, but I thought, oh, this is all right, but I should probably sell it. So I sold it and then had it again. So from Kenny, my buddy Kenny, that you know, and it was so good. I'm like, why did I sell it?
I can imagine, man.
Yeah,
it happens, and there's so many whiskeys out there, man, that you want to try. So you can't look at it like that because you'll keep kicking yourself for every other whiskey that you go through if you do it that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Let's see what old Travis is up to. I'm so glad Travis made it to the stream. He's old school. He's been around forever. He's a huge Glendronach fan, I know. Yep, TR told me that too, but Whiskey Site and PF.
Yeah, we're just talking. Travis and I are talking. Travis and I, Travis does a great job of keeping people informed on bottles that come up on UK or EU websites. So it's becoming less and less websites that can ship into the States.
Isn't that sad, man?
Yeah, it's really. I'm hoping. I don't know what's really causing. No one's really telling. Sometimes it's the shipper that's causing. Their shipping is having issues, but a lot of times people don't really know why they're not shipping exactly. So maybe just worried about liability or something. I don't know, but hopefully maybe after these tariffs go away, I think this coming year, and I think they will go away at some point in 2021. and maybe when things maybe we'll have the ability to ship again. So I hope so.
That you brought up a good point. I forgot about that. I don't want to get into politics, but the
No, it's nothing to do with
administration
politics.
before
It's about the tariffs.
had the tariffs,
Yeah.
and the administration before will be gone here in January the 20th, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And when that happens, we very well should see, hopefully, hopefully he plays his cards right, we'll see some of these tariffs go away. Ooh, there we go.
At some point. Yeah. Oh,
He's got the supernova. Nice, man.
Yeah. Once the tariffs go away, right now, Whiskey Exchange ships here. So that will be huge if the tariffs go away and allow. That's a big site that,
Same here.
as of now, that ships here. And then there's a few other ones that I think that can still ship. That it's just we're having problems with the ones that do not charge tariffs. That's the issue.
A very healthy pour.
Isn't it crazy? Like your
nice
color
pour.
is darker. It looks like, huh?
Well, it might be.
Yeah, I think it is. I think there's more first fill bourbon in this one than some of the old ones. To be honest.
I think you're right.
My
color of this one.
My base is really dense, though.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
You drink it up. And honestly, that they might have used more first fill bourbon because that's probably slightly younger than the 2010 or 2009 version you have. Telex. More than likely, that's a little younger on the newer version.
I've always described this as Ardbeg's attempt to compete with Octomore.
Yeah. I think you nailed it, man. That's exactly what this is.
And they're cheaper than Octomores, so.
Hell, fucking yeah, and it tastes a lot better than Octomore to me. I mean, to my
they're
opinion.
cheaper. I'm not going to say anything about taste, but I'm saying they're cheaper.
Retail is $170 on this. Once it's been $160 and $170 here.
I didn't pay $170, but yeah, I guess I got a good deal.
Well, if you bought it from the UK, that's different.
Yeah.
Because here in America, we get Ardbeg cheap.
Yeah.
They get Brooklotti cheap.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
It's funny. It's like, you know what a Springbank 21 costs when it retail?
Oh my God, man! Jesus, mother.
They're basically free. They just send it to you free. They're like, oh, you want? There you go.
Yeah, they do. It's so cheap overseas.
Over here, though, man, the Springbank 21 is no joke.
It was like a little over $200 for the Springbank 21. I can't remember exact. You probably know better than me.
200 pounds retail.
Yeah, 200 pounds. That's right.
Whatever the exchange rate is that day.
Yeah.
What did you pour, Steven?
I just had the Bowmore, so I'm sorry. I'm finishing it.
No, that's good. That's good. No,
yeah.
58.9 is no joke, man. That's a high ABV. That's the highest ABV of Bowmore I've ever heard of.
Yeah, no, you know what turned me on to Bowmore, where I just enjoyed it, was literally at the Bowmore Hotel in Bowmore, and I got to try a bunch of Bowmores that are special releases and things we can't get over here in the States. That I was like, hey, these are nice. I enjoy them. It's still not my wheelhouse compared to Kalila or Ardbeg or Lagavulin or Lafroig, which are kind of my go-tos on Isla right now. So, yeah. I mean, Buna 2 is fine, but Buna's kind of lost a little bit of luster to me. I love it, but they've gone up in price so much that and they're a little more hit and miss on their special releases. I feel like
exactly.
Question to you, Steven.
Do what?
Is Bowmore actually any more peated than Highland Park?
No,
I'm sorry, Bowmore.
I don't know. That's a good question.
If it's at all, it's barely.
Maybe.
I believe they both claim about 20 ppm.
That sounds about right, actually.
Yeah, it's very possible.
I have a question for you, Steven. Do you remember the Valknut that you had? Didn't you? That was a heavily peated Highland Park. That's actually a pretty good Highland Park, I think.
For what it is very nice. I will say that, and I will say that it is heavily peated compared to a lot of Highland Parks I've had. Yes. Yeah. I think I did enjoy it.
21.
Huh?
Yeah, you guys need samples of the new 21. It's something. It's different.
Yeah, I haven't had it. I've got a couple buddies with it. I'll probably try it, but I just.
Well, they have the November release or the August release?
It's a good question. I don't know which one they have. I just not buying. I'm looking for all the old Highland Park. If I find anything dusty, that's what I'm going for. I'm just
I
not
love the
buying.
dust, my friend.
Yeah, man. I mean, I found like some
Yeah.
18s that were, cheap, like original price, and I grabbed a few of those down in Georgia here when I was down there
Yeah.
in November.
That's the thing. Mike just picked up the old 21. I've got the new one. I want to get a bottle of the that August.
021 is a classic Highland Park, and it's just a quality dram. I before they went out, because I had a bottle and I really enjoyed it. Then I heard they were being discontinued, and I bought a case of them because I didn't want to. I knew they were going to be gone, so I got lucky, and I'm really happy that I got a case of it. So
yeah, we were comparing notes on what he remembered from the old one. My new one, the one I've got actually sounds a lot like the one he had.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting, because I want to give him a side by side. I haven't done it yet.
I'd like to know what's if the new one is if the new one's great. I mean, if it compares favorably to the 021, I would definitely go search it out because it's. I think
if you want less sherry on your Highland Park 21, the November release, it's really good.
Yeah, I like sherry with my Highland Park. So,
and if you want more sherry, then I don't avoid that one. Now, but again, I haven't tried the August one, which is all sherry cask. So.
I've got a question for you, Dustin. On this Supernova, one thing I love there's two things that I love about it. I'm not sure if it's on the newer ones, but do you get anything that's either like a hazelnut kind of a note, and B, do you get anything like as a briny maritime kind of note? Those are the two things I really love out of this first one.
I can't say hazelnut, but I do get a nuttiness to the note. And I definitely get, it's briny as fuck.
It's briny as hell, man. I love the briny.
I love the brine. Love the brine. I love it.
I mean, there's a lot of young whiskey esters here, but
they work well. They're working well in that dram. They really are.
Well, and to me, the difference of this one is, my guess is, and I could be wrong, and I could just be bullshit, but I feel like this is a smaller cut from Ardbeg than they usually do.
Yeah.
I'm getting young whiskey, but I'm getting young whiskey. Like, I get the sweetness of young whiskey, but I don't get any of the things I don't like about it.
You think it's a more narrow cut, is what you're saying with it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think this is a tighter cut on the stills that led to this story.
Yeah.
That's making a world of difference.
Yeah.
I think on the 2009, I think they really were ultra like linear on the cut. It seems like it's insane. I mean, I don't know how to explain it, but 58.9% with that type of feel. Oh my god, man!
All right, so I go. I said the Bowmore was going to be my last dram, but I'll go with one more. Should I go Ardbeg or should I go? I'm going Pete.
I would go pick whatever Ardbeg you find, because I have one unopened bottle here. I might open up for you guys.
Woo-hoo-hoo.
It's
it's holidays.
It's the first batch of the Trevon 19. Yeah, I have never opened it. It's the first batch. I've heard mixed reviews. I've heard there's really good.
The nose is really. The nose is very nice on it, and the palate's not terrible, but it's it's good.
I wish I'd poured smaller on this one. I would go and I would pull out my bottle, but I will say this: there is a solid 3 to 5% improvement on this year's edition.
Compared to the one previously before that?
Yeah, so Mike and I reviewed side by side the new versus old. We had probably the first review on YouTube. We reviewed it 7 days after it came out. It took 4 days to get to my house.
Wow, man.
Like, I literally opened it on Thursday and we drank it on Saturday. Like, it was perfect timing.
I wish you guys lived closer, because if you guys live closer, I would just be like, hey, try some of this and see what it's like. It just sucks that we're so far apart.
I'll tell you what sucks is that this Supernova doesn't taste as good as it did when it first opened.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
It was incredible.
The oxidation might affect that a bit too.
Well, when I first pulled it out, I actually wrote my review on this thing. And I said, you know what, guys? Forget all tasting notes. They don't matter. What makes this whiskey so interesting is it actually creates a supernova in your mouth. Sensations as you drink it, where It came in. It was sweet. It was nice, and then it warmed up. The oak came in. All of a sudden, it just got intense with spice. And it was like a big, bold whiskey, and then it kind of faded and had this long, lingering finish. All of that's gone.
Thankfully, the 09 stills has it, but it's a shame that you have to go all the way back to that year to get that type of feeling after
So
oxidation.
what I've done is I've switched over to I poured half of this into a Capita just to see that thing.
See how that, yeah. Okay, so Telex, are you gonna open your 19? Because I have one open.
If you already,
I'm gonna drink it. I'll drink it.
All right, we're gonna break it out.
I'm gonna use a splash of it to clean out my glass. So
I'm making sure this is a brand new glass, not tainted at all. And yes, we're gonna open it up. Might as well, right?
give me a second, guys. I'll come back. I'll pour that with you guys.
Awesome, man.
Okay. So
I was gonna ask if he has one or two because there's different batches.
I think he might have both. I know he's got two.
I have both.
Okay.
Pour you a batch one. I'm just curious if you have.
We're doing. You want the green asterisk on there, right? Not the red.
What do you say?
Little green mark on the.
Yeah, the green mark. Yep, that's the first one. Yep.
This is the one. Yeah, it's like a green. Is that a green spot? Is it what you call that, Steve?
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, it's a green spot. Yeah.
That is unbelievable.
So check out the nose. I think the nose, after it opens up, I think it's a quality nose. I do enjoy the nose a lot. And look, this is not a bad dram. I think it is a good dram. I mean, look, I know some very good reviewers, including Serge Valentine, whatever his name is, on Whiskey Fun, that gave this like in the 90s. So.
But still, if you're paying $300 for a bottle, I mean, this cost me $300 damn dollars. It better be fucking at least 90. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying.
Well, that's the issue with it, right? It's a good dram, but is it worth $300? That's the problem.
Well, keep in mind, I bought my 2020 for $200.
Oh, nice, man. Okay, well,
you got this for $200?
The one we're drinking right now, I paid $300 for. The 20. I bought in the UK.
It's UK, man. UK price.
Nice.
But again, it sold out the same day I bought it.
Yeah.
Isn't that a beautiful bottle, though, man? I mean, you might not like Ardbeg as far as
their bottles are beautiful, yeah.
But I love the presentation because they're not too pretentious, but they're not too basic. I love the color scheme. They're great with their fonts. The whole thing is just like perfect. Really,
I'm trying to think what I like better from a bottle standpoint. I really do like the Balvenie bottles. I think they look, with the way they're labeled. Yeah. I like the way they look.
Old or new? Because the newest ones I don't like. But
I really only have the old ones. So that's all.
Okay, yeah. Like the new ones with all that artwork on them look really kind of.
Oh yeah, I don't even know. Yeah, I don't even know those.
I'll let this sit out for a little bit first.
That's what I'm doing too. Yeah, the Ardbeg's great, and then I like Lagavulin has a great bottling, especially their more higher end bottles that look beautiful.
Do you think that 20 is? I have a serious question for both of you guys. Mm-hmm. Is the Lagavulin 25 worth the price?
I hope so. I have one.
There you go. Good answer.
No,
Steven.
I mean, who knows? I mean, it's $1,000, over $1,000, right at $1,000. So,
if you got it at $1,000, you got it for a great price, Stephen. Because to me, here
I got it right there at $1,000. Yeah,
it's like 13.
That's the cheapest bar I've ever heard of. So Mike got both his around. Mike got one of his for the actual store's cost at about 11 something.
Oh, see, this was I got mine for less than 11. So it's $1,000 something plus tax.
Then he paid around that again at Denny's.
I might have got this. Let me see if I have it marked.
I think the average cost for a 25 nowadays, guys, is $1,300 after everything's said and done. Is around 13. Do you think it's even worth that, or do you think it's like way overpriced? I'm just curious what you guys think.
So, have you had it, Steven?
No, I haven't had. I have, and I don't remember it, so it doesn't say much. But it was a sample. I had the 21
If
too.
you
I
don't
do
remember
the
it,
20.
that actually says a lot. If you
No,
don't remember it, that's for sure.
It does, but it was a while ago, and
No, it doesn't. Trust me.
for $1,100, you better remember the taste.
I've had a lot of whiskeys I don't remember, but I do because
Keep in mind,
I liked it. I do remember that I liked
Flora.
it. How about that? I do remember that I liked it. I couldn't give you notes on it though, is what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
So Telex.
Did you feel shortchanged? Is the good question.
I bought it after I sampled it. So
Well,
I
perfect. You did not feel shortchanged then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So Telex. Imagine the meatiest Lagavulin you've ever had.
The meatiest, you said?
Yeah. Not tedious, meatiest.
Meatiest. A meatiest Lagavulin I ever had was I will say was probably, the 18-year Fish Shield release was probably the meatiest.
Okay. So now imagine meatier and more savory. And now imagine it with first fill, incredibly candied sherry cask.
Yes, it's candied. Yeah, no
So
doubt.
we're talking like the best Mortlock I've ever had. It sounds like then.
No.
Well, Mortlock is a really good meaty, also Diageo based.
Yeah,
you know,
we're
dram.
going
Even better than that.
We're so much better.
Wow. Okay.
Again, because it's got the Lagavulin malt back, which is that aristocratic malt sweetness.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, look here. This is
caramel, just rich, creamy, heavy oils.
Oh, you fucker!
I mean, to me, this is about. This is even better than the 25.
The 21 is better than the 25. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, this is a legendary bottle, man. This is a 2007 Lagavulin, the 21. Now, I will say,
hold on. If I want to get that, hold on. If I want to get that
bottle, one is even good too. This is a great dram too. I love this one too. Now,
hold on. If I want to get any 21-year-old Lagavulin, what is it going to cost me?
Yeah, you don't want to. You don't want to know about this.
Yeah, 3,000?
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It's
2,000.
2,000
minimum. 2,000. Yeah.
Yeah, 2,000.
2,000 for a 21-year man. That is painful. I have to tell you.
Don't think about it. Don't think about it in a. I mean, this is what I've learned. Don't think about it from a standpoint of age. You think about it the quality of the dram, right?
But hold on, Steven.
And that one is
hold on.
Steven, it's world class.
Steven, you can agree with me on this one. I have a feeling. Okay. Steven, how many effects units can I get for 2,100? I mean, for that one, how many effects? How many cool flangers and phasers and
you can
get one filters.
One Klein is what you can get.
Okay. I mean, at the end of the day, Lagavulin is probably the distillery that releases the most bottles where the age statement doesn't matter at all.
That's a good point. I like that. I didn't even thought of it that way, but you're right, Dustin.
Because I'll tell you what, I can't remember the bottle, but Mike and I reviewed, I don't know, a month or so back. He brings out this bottle, and I've had it once or twice before, and I really liked it. And we're reviewing it, and I'm looking at him going, motherfucker, this is insane. and I looked at him, I said, this is an NAS, and it's the best bourbon cask finished Lagavulin I've ever had.
What was it?
I'm pretty sure it's the 2018 Jazz Fest. I'll double.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, sorry. Distillery team thing. It was 2018.
Oh, wow, really?
And it was just, and Mike's like, yeah, it's like the Lagavulin 12 cask strength taken up to 12. And I went, no. It's
better than that.
And it's the only time I think I've ever reviewed a Lagavulin.
I think those two the Jazz
they were like
Fest.
125 like 2 months ago. They've gone up to 175.
There's the 18 and 17 available. I think maybe still available on. In fact, I bought something from him already. I bought the Kalila 2009 Fashil bottle online, so I might check and see if he can make a deal for those two Lagavulins. The 18 Jazz Fest.
Yeah.
He said that's good.
Yeah, send me a message on Facebook. I'll double check. Because Mike and I did a little while ago. I remember the review, but I'll tell you what. I mean, it's really hard for me to remember which Lagavulin we had, like in terms of names and all that other stuff.
Yeah.
But I remember
the bottles all look the same pretty much. So
exactly, and again, I'm pouring them. I'm like, which one's this?
I definitely made a note of itself to always look for the 21 Lagavulin before the 25. That's my in my brain right now.
No.
Those are special bottles. I mean, the Lagavulin, I do look for 2015 previous because of the sherry cask, what they used. They do a lot of seasoned casks now. They don't those, but the ones in 2015 or prior were the really quality sherry casks. So
that 24-year-old Lagavulin that release was one of the greatest whiskeys ever.
Well, now I do have this one from this year, so we'll see what that one.
Oh, 26.
I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, this is the Jazz Fest from this year.
Oh, you bastard!
Mike has not gotten that one yet.
Oh man, you're worse.
No, he asked me about it, but I haven't had it yet. So I have a buddy that has two of them. So we will be opening one of his pretty soon when Christmas is over. So
you're worse than Kenny on South Park, man.
Why do
you say that about what? About me like using other people as guinea pigs?
Oh no, but because I would kill for a 22-year-old Lagavulin. That's why.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, it's refill American and European oak. So we'll see. I mean, it doesn't. I can't. It's hard to tell these bottles the color, but
that's a nice color, man.
Yeah.
I mean, Steve, did you have this year's Fish Shield, the 20-year?
I did.
Mediocre, isn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
I had it twice.
Did it not do well?
I think
even last year's Fish Shield was fine, but it wasn't. I tried it over in Scotland when I was over there, and the Kalila 22-year-old kicked its ass. And,
wow.
And it's still fine, good dram, but just I sold mine because I just didn't think it was up to snuff and what they were going for. So especially secondary.
Do both of you guys have the 18-year-old from 2018 Fish Shield by chance?
I do not. I've got a 14. I've got.
I own no Lagavulin special release of Telex.
Yeah.
The only one I have is that's.
I drink with Mike.
My best
smart man.
My best Lagavulin is the Lagavulin 18 from 2018 Fish Shield, and I have sipped it. I've got a lot left, thankfully, but it is good. But I was just wondering how it compared to some of the newer Fish Shield releases. That's all. Sorry.
So there's only been 2 or 3 bottles that Mike's given me that I would have to pay the secondary prices for.
Yeah.
And the 24-year requires me to save up to be able to be ready to pull the trigger on that one. God. The one I just mentioned earlier, that was like the bourbon cask, was just crazy. And I might still look into getting that bottle. There's maybe been one other. But I'll be honest, in general, the prices are so high. I just don't.
Yeah.
That said, this year's 20-year, that thing was not even. That's not even the top 15 Lagavulins I have.
Wow.
Like, it was just not good. Sorry, it was good. It was not.
It wasn't. It just did not meet up there with the standard that Lagavulin does with their special releases. Yeah.
Didn't meet the standard of a cask strength 20-year-old Isla. Period. Forget the distillery. Forget anything else. It didn't meet that standard. And
yeah,
Lagavulin is kind of held to a higher standard with these releases. They're expected to be better than everybody else because they are.
I mean, they're very usually they're very just you know what you're going to get. You're going to get a great bottle. I mean, it's just they don't. There's some variation and there's some different casks they use, but a lot of times it's just you're going to get a great Lagavulin. They're not trying to do anything weird or anything. Usually, I mean, sometimes they'll throw a weird cask, but not normal. I mean, it's I think they're great. I just wish, I think their time for excellent, like incredibly great sherry Lagavulin is past. I feel like that's what's sad about it, because the casks are not up to snuff what they are from 2015 and previous years. So
Well,
at least in what I've tried.
Yeah. For me, though, I don't think Lagavulin needs great sherry cask. I don't think that's part of what makes Lagavulin great.
Yeah, it just well, I guess I'm just comparing to the great ones I've had. So it's when you have some of the great ones, you find that are that's the problem. The distillant's great. I agree. You don't have to have a super heavy sherry Lagavulin.
Hey guys, can we get into this?
Yeah.
19.
Yeah.
This the first batch. We're gonna look at this one. The first batch 19. 19 years, man, for Ardbeg is no joke. It's hard to get a well-aged Ardbeg without paying way too much, it seems like.
Yeah, I believe this is the oldest Ardbeg been produced from the new stills.
Yeah. That's right, yeah.
Because the 20-something, the 23-year-old is way before what he's talking about there. So
yeah, so
I like the nose on this. I mean, I think it's a quality ex-bourbon nose. It's for the ABV.
The first note I'm getting is pineapple. Is that crazy?
Yeah. No, I don't think that's crazy.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Roasted pineapple, and then there's like some peppers and spices at the end.
Yep.
Chili pepper probably would probably be my descriptor.
Yeah, red chili peppers.
And then there's a lot of caramel or glaze, just glaze of some sort, kind of thrown on those.
There's some toffee in there.
Yeah.
Light toffee's very light. So but I can see that. The roasted pineapple is a big note in it, with a little bit of maybe citrus in there too.
Yeah, there's a little lemon zest.
A little bit, just a little. Yeah.
You definitely pick up on
any oranges at all, but mostly lemons, definitely.
Yeah, there's no oranges on this. At least I'm not getting it on the nose right now.
There's really fresh American oak on this one.
It would have been beneficial to them is if they were able to get the oranges or a little more of the mid-level fruits out. That might have been maybe made it a little bit better. Maybe.
I mean, the problem right now is there's good flavors, good notes, but there's no richness on the notes. Like you don't think it's oily. Then you can get oily at this ABV. It's not oily. It's
it's just not. You would think with 46 it'd have a little bit more. That's right, a little more but I mean it's not bad. It's not bad. It's good.
I'm getting more of the hay and the straw on the nose on this one than other things.
Yes.
Yeah,
I see with the straw.
But yeah, I get it.
Yeah, for a 19-year, you would think that it would be a little more robust on the nose than the.
It's definitely not. I'm wondering what how old these casks were that they used on this 19. It's that's the thing. It's I don't think it's a lot of first fill, right? It's a second fill, third fill kind of thing going on here.
Yeah, it feels like it. That's for sure.
The more I nose this, the more I do pick up on the sherry cask. Start to get a little bit of dark chocolate, a little bit of fruit, like red fruit, but it's really minimal. I mean,
it is minimum, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's there. I'm almost thinking like a milk chocolate and coffee, but it's like you finished it in the wrappers just sitting around. It's not the candy still there.
One thing I agree with Dustin. One thing I will give them props for is the wood. I do get a nice amount of wood on this one. It's not overbearing, but it's not underperforming. It's right in the middle.
Yeah, the problem is, I guess, it's wood without the character that you want wood to impart on. But yeah, I mean, the wood's fine. It nose is like almost 2 decade old wood.
It's coming. I'm getting a little more. I got a little bit more of a punch there, a little bit. Maybe it's just sitting or something's going on with it. We'll see. I've got a little more of a zesty kind of lemony punch, lemony type.
Yeah. There's a bit of mint on the end too.
Yeah, I'm not. The sherry though is so minimum in there. Minimal. I'm sorry. It's not it's not present much at all, at least on the nose.
You almost got to put a coin on top of it and spin it a little bit,
Yeah.
work it, and then.
Yeah, I didn't pour much at all, and that probably doesn't help things.
Well, I'm telling you, the sherry is there, but it's subtle. You have to think about.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is more of an ex-bourbon cask influence than any sherry would ever think of. That's for sure.
Well, the thing is, though, ex-bourbon casks would be great, except these weren't good bourbon casks.
Yeah, I love ex-bourbon with Pete. I'm totally on board with that. I think I've had some great ones, and in fact, to me, it's much harder to do first fill Olorosa and Pete than it is with ex-bourbon. Now I've had fantastic, sherry peated, but it's very difficult to do a quality cask. I am not a big fan of the big barbecue notes and things, like huge barbecue, whatever. I'm fine with it, but I like a more where it's more balanced is what I want, and it's tougher to get. So
my guess is they actually included sherry casks here because these bourbon casks were actually sucking away the sweetness and dryness to the point of like it being bitter.
Yeah.
I think they added the sherry to kind of personal sherry can be bitter. Recharred American oak sherry is generally very sweet. I think they added that sweetness thing up.
I do like the ex-bourbon cask here, but it is lacking on the sherry front, if any. I would definitely lean more toward this as being a straight-up ex-bourbon cask. Great pineapple feel, but yet it's got the roasted feel to it, but it's missing something with the sherry. That's definitely there.
Well, again, I think Telex, their goal was to actually release a bourbon cask finished 19-year, and they had to use sherry casks to make it taste like an ex-bourbon cask.
Right.
It lost so much sweetness and character, and they actually had to use those.
I'll be right back, guys. Give me like a couple minutes. I'll be right back. Thank you.
Yeah. So
the pineapple was really there. They say smoky pineapple on the bottle, which I never noticed that. Yeah. I was looking at the bottle.
Chili chocolate, aromatic wood smoke. So
I'm not there with the aromatic wood smoke, but okay.
On the palate, it's just kind of light on the palate. I like it.
Try it.
This is something I don't. I've been drinking cask strength whiskey, so that's the problem probably. But
all right, so let me give you 2 cents here. The finish on this is exceptional, given I've been drinking cask strength whiskey.
The middle is kind of lacking. I want more on the palate in the middle.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is we don't get any oiliness. We don't get any chewiness. There's
That's right.
It's thin, but it's flavorful. But I think they actually did a really good job.
Yeah.
Given the fact that this is the oldest distillate from the new stills. Like they had no options. These are the casks they left around. Like they were stuck with those casks. It's not like they could be like, okay, well we've got, we can top dress this. There's no top dressing. This is all 19. There's no top dressing. That said, they didn't charge $300.
No, you're right. That's true. They're not able to throw any older stuff in there, but I think that I just wish this was maybe released at a little bit higher ABV. I'd like to see what it would do at a higher ABV.
Yeah, I agree. And I think the problem is though, have you had the 2020 yet?
I have not. No.
The 2020 has a noticeable addition in richness. It's not like massive. It's not like anything. It doesn't make you change your mind. And I would say they both would score 87, 88.
Yeah.
Because the new one is half point better, and it's because I think they had more time to pick better casks. So, So I think this series could continue to get better. I mean, we may be 5.
Oh,
6 away
I'm
from
very
it,
happy
but-
with them having something older than 10 years old. So I'm glad they're doing the 19. I just I wish it was for the price. It's all about price to me and what you can get for this at
Well,
the
again,
U.S.
you
prices.
pay 50% more in the U.S.
Oh, I
than we
know.
pay in the UK.
Right.
And that's
But you have to be
that's a
pretty quick. You got
problem.
to, for the normal people, I mean, we buy all the time from Europe, but for normal people that are just buying it on the shelf here in the States, it's so expensive for the price.
Well, but I mean, same thing with us bourbon buyers. I mean, I buy a lot of bourbon, but I don't have the means
Yeah.
to spend my free time chasing bourbon.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
So I have to spend my money chasing bourbon, and bourbon's not worth money.
that's right.
I
For
can't
this,
afford the time because my time costs a lot more than that.
You're not camping out for to buy a Rockford or Rock Hill Farms, whatever. So
for this one,
that's another story.
I've waited one time in my entire life for bourbon, and I got an 8 killer barrel proof.
Yeah.
And
For this-
I can safely say, I actually had a good time, but I'd never do it again.
for this one, it's tough because it's like it's really subdivided. It feels like it's got a good pineapple feel to it, but yet it feels like it's kind of closed off. It feels like it's trying to open up. And
You tried a drop of water. Try a drop of water if you haven't after you tried it, tasted it.
I'm gonna try that now. I do
Okay.
like it, but I do sense what you guys are getting, where it feels like it's almost like it's like refined. It's like it's closed off a little bit, and it needs to open up. And I do like one thing that you guys didn't mention that I do like about this a lot is the wood, the oakiness I get off of it. I think is really nice. That's something that is hard to get. But other than that,
no, I like it. I mean, I do like it. I'm disappointed in the price. This is what I told a buddy when he asked me what I thought about it. I said, you know what? I mean, I buy expensive bottles, so I will tell you that I am not disappointed in my purchase, but I would probably not go buy it again. That's the thing.
It's barely worth it. It's like at the minuscule amount they've sucked it dry for every penny they can get out of it. $300 is the absolute top that I would pay for a bottle like this, and it's barely worth it. And that's how
I mean.
Mike and I talked about this bottle when we did our 2020 versus 2019, and the thing we talked about the whole time through that review was I'd buy it all day at the UK price I paid, and I'm done.
Yeah.
For
200 would be easy, but 300 is a whole different scenario.
Yeah. So let me go with it. You guys are gonna be here for a minute. I'm gonna go grab the new.
Go ahead. I've got maybe another 30 minutes in me.
Yeah.
I got to get up at 7, but I got to work again all day tomorrow. But I needed this. I needed a little break anyway. I've been doing 70-hour weeks, so.
The pineapple notes on this are absolutely beautiful. I love the pineapple on this and the roasted feel you get. It kind of has a bit of a grooves kind of feel off the
but
the charness.
Here's the problem. Like you can get. Looks like I just killed a bottle of this, but if you can get, even secondary, it's a little bit more now, but a bottle like this.
Oh wow, yeah.
Feel this, and you're talking about the sherry notes. Like this has great sherry notes. This is one of my favorite bottles of 2019, and for the price,
woo, 22 Kalila, man, I love it.
This is 58.4%, and it's.
Did you say 58.4?
Yeah, it's sherry treated American oak, but this is one. This is one because when Dustin was saying about Lagavulin not needing first fill sherry and everything. This is one instance that I agree that this is not first fill. This is sherry treated, but the balance of this one with the peat and everything else. Is fantastic. This was
Kalila lends itself magically to those sort of sherry barrels where they add a little bit of sweetness.
Yeah.
Oh, like I've got a Gordon Bell connoisseurs 23-year-old that's cast strength. I paid like 220, 230. Oh my god, it's good.
Oh yeah, like that. There we go. 23.
There you go. Wow, yeah.
Not even the same bottle.
96. Wow, man, that's
I've
crazy.
been on the Kalila kick lately. I really
So I'm not gonna lie, guys. The new version,
much better.
the nose, just nosing them.
Here's
Richer, sweeter, maltier, so much. I'm gonna race to the taste without letting it open up, but
yeah.
Here's one thing I will say about Ardbeg that I will put the eye in Lafroig is they have this. Lafroig doesn't have anything like this right now.
The 19. No,
Yeah.
they don't.
They don't really have an aged minus the lore, which is a good bottle. I like the lore, but
would you rather have that the Ardbeg 19 or a green tube Lafroig 18?
Well, that's the thing. If they had the 18 still available, then I would jump all over it. But they don't have that anymore.
But you can still grab.
What's the bottle you just showed us, Telex? The Trayvon?
What happened? Telex, you mute yourself?
I'll post in the chat.
Yeah, see if these people can hear him.
I can't freaking.
Guys in the chat, can you hear Telex?
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah. There we go.
Yeah.
I was saying that the Ardbeg 19, even though it's not maybe everything we want it to be, it still meets everything we want versus what Lafroig gives us. Well, Lafroig gives us the lore, but other than the lore, they don't have anything that can compete with this right now. Really.
I mean, I guess you're right, but I mean, they put out the 16-year, which I haven't had yet, so I can't comment.
It's very woody. It's more like in your face, woody oaky kind of a feel. It's very experiment feeling.
I think it's closer to maybe a lot of first fill bourbon too.
Yeah.
I honestly, I mean, without having
you know what, I might drink that.
Without having them side by side, I think the lore would do just as well as these do. So
I think you're right with the old, especially an older one. That I've had a lot of the old lores when they first came out.
The only lore I have is one of those early ones. I love that one.
If you're talking old, yes, but I'm talking new lore versus this. I mean, that's what I'm talking. I'm talking new lore versus this.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we'll pick one up, but I mean, I love my lore. I've got. I mean, and I bought that 2 years ago. I mean, they're great whiskey, and I love that cherry. But I mean, the thing is, though, Lafroig doesn't do mediocre low ABV whiskey. And that's what this is a mediocre 19-year-old whiskey at 46%. Like if Lafroig did this, it'd be 48, 9%. And that would be the right percentage.
Yeah, I would love to see this a few percentage points higher.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yep.
You know, I think the 16 is. I like the 16. I
haven't had it.
But I think it's a quality drink. I like it. It's a little heavier on the first fill, maybe, but it's not a bad thing.
That's fine with me. I mean, my favorite Lafroig is a Lafroig 25-year 2018.
We're talking.
Sorry. Well, okay. If we're gonna be real, my favorite Lafroig is the 21-year-old 2015. The Friends of Lafroig.
We're talking 46.2 versus a 48, which is not that much different if you think about it. I mean, we're talking.
No.
It's not. But this one, this Ardbeg is to me the mid palate. It's not a lot of body to it.
I agree.
And that's what we're talking. It's not the proof. It's really.
The mid body. I hear you. I agree with you there. That's true. Yeah.
It's not oily enough. And fruit sometimes leads to oily. And here's the thing. It's not about fruit by itself, right? Telex, people stop looking for a second and listen because I want to make this. This is an interesting topic. So I've gone back and forth talking with Nancy Fraley, who is well known in the bourbon world, in the cognac world. She's known as the Nose. And one of the things she was talking about was how she's really struggling to get a quality whiskey out of the same quality whiskey from these barrels they get for MGP because the MGP barrels are coming in higher proof. And what they do, of course, is they want to consistently do their 100 and whatever it is proof on their Murray Hills. But to do that, they have to water it down. And when they get higher proof whiskeys, they have to water it down more, and it hurts the end product. So when we talk about these whiskeys, the question is, what's the proof coming out of the barrel? Because the more you water it down, the worse that watering down impacts the whiskey. And I don't know what Ardbeg stills these days are coming out at. Like, what is I'm guessing they're hot. My guess is Ardbeg stills are hotter than Lafroig stills.
I don't know. I don't. Yeah. That's a good question.
It's iffy. If it's an issue, I bet it's really close. I know what you're saying. I'm not disputing what you're saying, but I'm wondering how close is that differential.
And also the question comes into where they're aging those casks.
Well, it's not on Isla. They're very few barrels are aged, casks are aged on Isla. So they're
exactly
on the mainland. Yeah, it's on the mainland somewhere.
Where on the mainland? Because again,
I don't know where at Ardbeg. I know where like Diageo does all their stuff, but up by.
I tell you what, I'm on my third pour on this Travon, but it's my third pour. I'm telling you, that pineapple is kicking ass.
Oh yeah, no, I think I like it. I'm not saying I don't like it.
Man,
it's not a dog at all.
I see where he's coming. I see where Dustin's coming from, though. It's a very, it's got this like. It does have an issue, and I'm trying to figure out. It's a tough one, man.
It doesn't finish like. It's like you're watching a porn, and the guy finishes, and it's a sprinkle.
Hey,
it's a big sprinkle.
62.5. You're asking what is coming off.
Yeah, I'll be honest. That's not my thing when I watch that stuff, but at the same time, it's like, you know what? You're gonna hit this stuff. You got a professional here. I expect something I can't do, and I can sprinkle.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
Steel face.
Oh man, that's perfect.
So coming off the stills are 62.5 normally.
62.5. That's awesome, man.
No, that's pretty much generic.
That's standard. Yeah, it's a generic.
Is that standard? 62.5?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, you want lower. Lower is better.
Yeah.
Lower is generally a more sign of craft.
True. I'm surprised that it'd be lower than that, though.
125 is like the highest you can go into bourbon, right? Off the still.
Good point. Wow. I'm hoping that. Okay, let me ask you this. Let me ask you guys a serious question here.
This 2020 smells so much better.
Since Mickey Heads is gone, and we've got this new guy, and you guys know, I have a feeling both of you guys know who I'm talking about. We have a new Ardbeg distiller, master distiller at Ardbeg after Mickey Heads. What do you guys think? Do you think he's going to be able to hone it in and get it going, or do you think it's going to take him a while, or how do you feel about where he's going with everything, if anything?
It all comes down to who owns the company and what their goal is. I mean, you can give it the thing is, the distiller has the option of just fucking making the best whiskey they can make. It'll be the best whiskey they can make. But the reality is, that's that's not what most companies are
No,
after.
it's a business. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I am off. I'm not off but I am selecting what I look for Ardbeg now because I'm just not buying everything like I used to. Everything, I am a little more selective than there's other distilleries I'm looking at more for better value when it comes to because I'm trying to find honestly bottles that are dusties and that are like older Taliskers, early 2000 cast strength Taliskers or something, or the Kalilas that or that have out there that independent bottlings. They're over 30-year-old Kalilas that are now more expensive. Used to be really cheap, but are more expensive. So I'm trying to find those little special diamonds in the rough, type of thing. Or try to buy things that I think are going up a lot more in value that I won't like. Honestly, I'm trying to buy Port Ellen right now. That's what I'm looking for. I know
Hold
it's
on.
kind of stupid. I'm trying to sell a bunch of stuff so I can get Port Ellen because I think that Port Ellen is just going up in price, and when they come out with a new Port Ellen here, which is going to be a long time, but these bottles are going to be. I'm going to drink them, but they're going to be, I won't be able to buy. It'll be a lot more expensive to buy them, is what I'm saying. Even though they're super expensive now. So
Is it because of Mickey Heads leaving, or is it the new guy that you're hesitant on Ardbeg?
It's more of Ardbeg itself and their NASs and the pricing and not being able to get the really nice bottlings of Ardbeg unless they're like $800 or thousands of dollars. It's just gotten too crazy in price for the Ardbeg. Because I don't want. I love Corey Beck and I love the core range. I will always have some of the core range, but I look at more of the special bottlings, and it just price wise it's insane for those special bottlings. And that's the problem.
But is it because of Mickey Heads leaving, or is it because of something else?
No, this has been happening a while.
Okay.
Like the single cast, you want to buy a 9-year or 11-year-old single cast Ardbeg, and it's $1,000. I'm just like, no way. Why would I do that?
Kelpie. Kelpie was, and mind you, I didn't hate or dislike Kelpie. Kelpie was like the beginning of my Ardbeg is not doing things.
I agree.
Hold on.
I agree.
Hold on.
Same exact way. That's
hold on. So you're telling me that both Dustin and Steven were both kind of perplexed about the Kelpie release. Was that the justification of both of those things there?
It started downhill from there, yeah.
Was that for you, was it for you, Dustin, as well?
Now, mind you, I understand that Kelpie was a polarizing whiskey that, some people could have liked and not liked. My thought was they use a really active oak and they use the distillate.
Yeah.
Hold on, but you guys didn't love, and I mean love, because I love the Kelpie, both the limited and the distillate, the committee release.
I disliked it strongly, but I do think the Kelpie cask was very interesting with the Ardbeg distillate, and I respected that they thought maybe that was a cool thing. My problem was that my first time was like, I think they rushed this.
Oh wow! Okay, so neither of you were taken back by the Black Sea cask. The Black Sea cask influenced the release. Neither that really influenced you in either way. You weren't really up for the Black Sea cask thing.
I didn't lose any love for Ardbeg over that bottle. I just was like, eh. And I bought a second. I actually drank it and bought a second bottle and said, hey, maybe I just didn't appreciate this right. And bought the second bottle, went through it, and I went.
I put it this way. I still have a bottle open that I'm trying to work through. So.
Oh wow! Okay, that says a lot. That says a lot.
I still have a bottle as well.
So hold on. So both of you still have a bottle of is it the limited or the committee release of the Kelpie?
Committee.
I've got a limited. I didn't get the committee.
So one limited and one committee. Okay.
I've never bought a limited because my issue with Ardbeg, for one thing, especially nowadays, the limited is pretty much the same damn price almost as a committee. I mean, it irks me that you're paying almost the same price for a lower ABV whiskey. It pisses me off. So
Hold on, tell us how you really feel.
Funny. I gotta tell a funny story. I have twice bought the committee release for less than the limited release.
Yeah, it's just insane.
On drum and black, I paid less.
Oh, that's why you're pissed.
Well, no. I mean, price is part of it because look, now I will buy the Alligator Untamed.
Oh, Alligator is awesome.
That's the same, but it's the same fucking whiskey as the
Alligator. It is the same as the committee and the original. That's true.
Yeah, so that's different, right? That's
true.
Ardbeg's pissed me
Steven
off,
nailed that shit.
I love it. I love Ardbeg, but for the price you're getting it for, I mean, it's just the NAS, the price. You get the age statements, and it goes up. The core releases are great. I love the core releases. I always will have, the Corey Vecken and Ugadal. I mean, I'll always have those, but
they're becoming Macallan.
All that. I love them all, but the special releases.
Whoa! Hold on. Did you equate Ardbeg to Macallan?
Yeah.
I agree. It's well. I agree. Yes, I think it has jumped the shark a little bit.
Again,
it's close.
Telex. An exceptional cast comes out of Ardbeg. They sell for age stated wise more than Macallan does now.
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing with both you guys. I think it's great that you guys are coming on the show, and I'm appealing to Louis Vuitton that does the Ardbeg and Glenmorangie. Please take this into account. We like your whiskey, but you're going way too over. It's out of bounds. You have to rein it in. You have to rein it in, and
if they're allowed to do it, if we still buy their shit, then they're going to continue to do that, and that's the problem. So, I mean, look, I found an interesting Ardbeg, independent bottle here from this is a 15-year-old Ardbeg that I got. Just got ours. It's still available, I believe. And it's very interesting. It's different, completely different. It even has, if I'm not mistaken, this one is the one that has a somewhat slight floral note, which I've never gotten in Ardbeg. But it's a little off the profile, but it's good. So it's 50. This is cast strength at,
and that's how you know
4.9
makes better whiskey than.
Do what?
Macallan does, because no one ever wants an independent Macallan.
Yeah, right.
The independent Macallan sucks.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. Still, I probably, this was expensive for a 15-year-old, but because it's an Ardbeg, right? That's why they could charge a lot more for it, and the cask is more. So,
that's what we want, though. That's exactly what we're looking for. Is what's in that bottle right there.
Yeah,
but again, Ardbeg is not going to keep selling their bottles. They're not going to sell barrels. They're just going to keep holding back and just selling us garbage.
Yeah,
as long as they grow.
Hopefully, one of their representatives from the Louis Vuitton, the LVMH people, will watch this and take account that what we're looking for. That's the whole point of what I'm doing for this, is to get through their thick skulls that
we're somebody who works for Louis Vuitton has a functioning brain. I don't even know how to comment on that.
We're trying our best to get them to think of how whiskey drinkers think, and if I can get LVMH to think how whiskey drinkers think, we will be very happy. Is what the whole point is.
But they're still.
But they're not interested in whiskey drinkers.
They're going to be selling out of their committee releases. They're going to be selling out of their, for shelf single cask bottlings at a lot of money, and. It's the Macallan effect, and I'm not sure which one.
They don't want to sell to whiskey drinkers. They want to sell to people they want to sell to fashion people.
They want to please us too. I'm telling you. I'm trying to tell you guys.
Yeah,
they do.
They might
They're a
Eventually.
tiny market,
please
man.
us with their
Look at Pappy and Winkle.
core release.
Terrible bourbon. It's not even Pappy and Winkle is not a top 50 bourbon produced each year, but it sells for $3,000 for the 23 year. Why? Because it's prestige brand.
Yeah, prestige.
Prestige.
Right.
They're doing,
Look,
man. It's about quality.
Who?
Yes, but our big definitely is going for the prestige, but they want us, and I'm talking about me and Steven and Dustin and everyone else that does these type of things. They want us to tell them about how good this is, and if they don't tell us, if they can't get us to tell them how good this something is, they're not going to sell. I'm telling you, they need us to propel the brands. They really
really kind of don't.
We'll see.
We'll
See how much they sell. We'll see how much they sell. That's all.
Telex, nobody who watches your channel doesn't know whiskey.
Yeah.
Nobody that watches Mike and I when we review whiskey doesn't know whiskey.
All right.
People watching
Thanks
us,
a lot, guys. I really appreciate your all time. It's been great. Thanks so much.
Wait, what?
I think he's ending it.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. That's. I mean, if you're not in it to try to like get people to understand, then I don't understand why we're even here.
I understand.
We're
trying.
It's
Yeah, we're trying to definitely understand. I just feel like Ardbeg's not listening to us, is what I'm saying.
We're not moving the market.
They should. We're the three of us that have a very good sense of the whiskey, the way it works, and if three of us are on board and we're willing to go a certain direction, I guarantee you that we can get people to go a certain direction. If three of us are not on board, then it's not going to work.
Well, but here's the thing, Doug. So I read there. So for example, Mike and I we reviewed a Lot B, the Van Winkle, right? And somebody asked us, "Hey man, what's this worth?" And I said, "Hey man, I think we talked about the review, but hey, I mean, the bottle's worth $40. I would pay $100 for the cool factor, like, hey, it's a Van Winkle. But I'm like, if you're going to spend $600-700 for this bottle, spend $1,500 and get a Pappy, because at least then you have the cool factor with a Pappy, and that's actually got some real cachet. Don't spend money on the Lot B, because there's nothing cool about Lot B. And also, whiskey is actually significantly better when they say Pappy than Lot B or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And and he goes, "Thanks, man. I get you." And I'm like, "But do you?" I don't think people get that. That's, trust me, your friends when they see that are gonna go, "Ooh, that's cool." You have a Pappy, they go, "Oh shit, god damn."
Oh yeah, they do.
That's what Ardbeg's going for. That's what Alan's going for. That's the.
But what you two have to remember is that you both and me, three of us, have a say in how this goes. It's not just what they say. It's not just what the distiller wants to do. It's what you, Dustin, what you, Steven, and what we say. That's what actually what also goes forward. I mean, I know you don't think that, but it's very true. If you take a step back and look at the big picture, we have a say in how this goes. So I would take that into account too.
I mean, I see what you're saying, but what's the percentage of the whiskey drinkers out, Scotch drinkers, let's just say Scotch, that are enthusiasts or really into it like we are? I mean, beyond enthusiasts, really. It's a very small percentage, right? And then we spend a lot of money.
Well, here's the thing, Stephen. I want you to step back for a second and think. Okay, I've got 12 people watching this right now. Mm-hmm. Out of these 12 people, there only takes one that has a drive, that has a feeling about something, that has a catalyst, and they might know how to project something. It only takes one out of these 12 that are 13 actually now that are watching to propel this into the next direction. So that's all I'm trying to get you guys to think about is to take a step back.
Man, you're gonna get me ready to run through a brick wall, Telex. I mean,
do it, man. Do it. Do that shit. Ah!
I can do it.
You can do it. I'm telling you.
I'm just a cynical old man, Telex.
No,
Yeah.
we're not cynics here. No.
I mean, Telex. I mean, at the end of the day, we only speak to people who really love whiskey.
But how many people do you know? Honestly, now I want you to, both of you guys, I want you to take a step back and think. How many people right now have the affordability, the knowledge to do what you guys are doing? It isn't out there. I'm telling you. If it was, then we would have like 500 people in this session right now.
Yeah.
It doesn't exist.
It's not many. Yeah.
You two are very, very selective. Even out of me. I mean, I am like the lowest guy on the totem pole here when it comes to reviewing whiskey. You guys are like that. You know whiskey. You know what's good. You know which types to go for as far as like single, cask bourbon versus sherry for which distilleries. I mean, that's a very niche. It's a very niche type of ability to do. I mean, I know you think you guys might. I think you're shortchanging yourself on what you guys have as far as you guys can influence the whole industry. I'm telling you.
Well, I mean, Mike and I review whiskey. I mean, we did 8 reviews on freaking Saturday. So, I mean, my hope is we are influencing to a degree.
Yeah.
The reality is we're influencing a tiny, tiny segment of the world.
It's the beginning. It's the beginning of the influence. So you have to think of it as this: is you're starting that like this part. You're doing this part of it, but then it goes and it goes and it goes, and it's like a pebble in a pool that you throw a rock into a pebble into a pond, and you see that the waves. Yeah, I'm telling you.
I will tell you that. I mean, I can see. Somewhat more in the bourbon because it's become such a craze in the United States.
Bourbon's insanity,
and they have kind of moved things a little bit here and there because of people keeping track of people that were buying in secondary and stuff. So I can see that. I don't think Scotch is not there yet. I mean, could it be? Yeah. I mean,
I've got 2 people. I've got 2 more people just in 5 minutes. I got 2 more people. Now we're up to 15. We've got 3 more people that started.
20. Come on,
we're coming, man. It's growing. I'm telling you. If you keep going, it's going to grow.
I am an evangelist for Scotch here in a very bourbon centric part of the country, and I've turned many people on to Scotch. So I will probably do many more. I hope so. But it's a very small, it's very small. I'm not, I don't think I'm going to be. It's just that these are conglomerates that are making, they're making business decisions by their marketing and not by their master blenders, right? So normally, it's the bean counters are making it more than the master, blenders. So I don't know. I mean, I understand your point, Telex. I guess I'm a little more cynical about it, and so I mean, that's I totally I hope I can hope what you're saying.
Here's my point. This is exactly what I'm talking about right here. Whiskey Ace says, "Wait, what? Louis Vuitton does Ardbeg, and if you guys know any shit at all, you know that LVMH owns not only Ardbeg but Glenmorangie. They own both of those motherfuckers. They own both of them. So there you go. Whiskey Ace, it is very true. Louis Vuitton does not only own Ardbeg, it's known as LVMH. It's known as like Louis Vuitton, also Hennessy. They own Glenmorangie.
Right.
So Ardbeg and Glenmorangie are one of the best two brands of whiskey that you can think of. They own both of them. So it's our responsibility to let them know what the whiskey drinker wants.
Right.
If you don't let them know what the whiskey drinker wants, they will do what they want to do. And that's my point.
Well, sometimes what happens, here's what happens a lot of times, right? And this is just, you can call it evolution, you can call it whatever you want, but what happens, Telex, is that people move, us enthusiasts, the people that are true Scotch lovers, we move from brands, right? I mean, I love Ardbeg, would love to keep drinking them, but what happened with this is an example of Springbank, right?
Springbank, Springbank is lovely.
Small, like, wasn't, 15 years ago. I mean, it was like, it's Springbank, right? It's like Campbellton, it's not, but the enthusiast is what really propped up Springbank, right? To what it is now. But
my point is, if you and I and Dustin let the LMVH people know that we are on them and we know what they're doing with Ardbeg, we let them know that we are looking at Springbank as being the next one.
Well, you got to move away from Springbank. You got to find something else, right?
But you know what I mean. It's like if you let them know that you're looking elsewhere, you're looking across the bay, and you're seeing these other great variants, they will take note of that, you would think.
But they're fine. The thing is that their core range is still somewhat affordable and respected, right? Ardbeg. So it's still
barely.
Yeah, but they are. I mean, they're within what everything else is doing. I think they're respected. It's really their special releases that and that's what I look for, is on the special releases more than anything else. And that's where the prices go crazy. So I can't really, they're not going to listen to me because I'm competing with other enthusiasts and stuff on these special releases. So it's more on the core range. If the core range was really expensive and crazy pricing, then that might, and it's all it's bottom line, man. That's all they care about, right? I mean, I deal with corporations every day, right? I mean, I do. And all it is the bottom line. So if their bottom line is not falling, their profits are not falling, and their dividends to their shareholders, if all everybody's making a lot of money, the pricing, it's not going to go anywhere. It's going to continue to creep up. They'll do as much as they can. I mean, that's just the nature of the beast.
But my point is, you can affect the bottom line. I can affect the bottom line. Right. I can get out there and I can be like, dude, you don't want to buy Ardbeg. You want to buy Deanston, or no, you don't want to buy Deanston. You want to buy Lavagna. I mean. But you know what I mean. It's like it's like you and I. If you and I and Dustin and 3 or 4 other, regular Scotch, reviewers were out there preaching the gospel, we could definitely affect the way people go. I mean, because I'm not trying to get a big head and say that I control anything, but if you, me, Dustin, and his people, and Dustin's people, like Mash and Tune, or your guy, Mash and Drum, and if we go we could. I mean, it goes to Keith. It goes to Scotch for Dummies. It goes for Scotch Test Dummies. I mean, it really permeates the whole gambit, and you could really affect the Scotch industry if you really want to make a stand and say this is where we're going to go. You really could do it if you had a good, meaningful pledge to go a certain direction. It really could go that way. I'm telling you. I know you don't see it, but if you step back and look,
I think you
could.
I mean, but again, influences. The money is made on bottom gut. Who gives a fuck with Like that's where the money's made. Like all the stuff that we talk about, it's not moving the bottom line in money and profit.
Yeah,
it's honest to God. most of our stuff we enjoy is marketing. Like it's legit. It's marketing. Like it's like, oh yeah, we made this great whiskey. Oh, why do people care about it? Because it's really great, and we're a great distillery. And so people are like, oh, well, buy their stuff. So I can't afford the 26-year-old. Let me get the 4-year-old. Okay, cool. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's marketing. So,
Yeah, but McAllen is making
We'll
his money
see.
on the 12 and the 18, right? I mean, that's because they push out those they've got the reflection and other bullshit, whatever they have, they're really fancy bottles. And
It may be, but I tell you, after my next review of the Macallan 18 will not be a good one. So there you go.
I mean, it just
it's not that good
built up the
anymore.
brand. They built up their brand because of it being a luxury.
But I
brand.
guarantee you, if you and me and Dustin and his master drum and Billy
Well,
and
no
hold on, and Billy and the Whiskey Dictionary,
nope,
and
we will not make a dent. We will not be.
I guarantee you, though, if I went through every person, I guarantee you it would make a dent, and you would be different. But that's okay. Thanks. I really appreciate you guys coming on. It's been fun. I appreciate it.
It's been fun.
Yep. Dude, great time, guys. I've enjoyed it.
All right. Talk to you guys later.
All right.
That's it. I probably got to get to bed as well. So I'll talk to you guys.
Talk to you later.
Later, Steven.